Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Praise and gratitude we pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given health and opportunity to all of us to attend this 2022 Structural International Seminar. First of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Rector of the Internasional University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Edi Nur Sasongko MCom, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Supriyadi Rustad, Vice Rector for General and Financial Affairs, Dr. Guru Fajar Sidik, Vice Rector for Student Affairs, Dr. Kusni Ingsi, Vice Rector for Research and Collaboration, Dr. Pulung Nurtantio Andono, Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Professor Vincent Didik with Arianto PhD, Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Dr. Radin Arif Nugroho, Vice Dean of Faculty of Health Science, Dr. Eni Mahawati, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Bapak Heru Agus Santoso PhD, Head of Hildikti Dr. Suhendro Yono SHMM M.Par, the Head of Indonesian Hotel General Manager of Central Java Branch, Muhammad Nurholis SAMM, the Head of PHRI of Central Java Branch, Heru Isnawan, and today's great speakers, Dr. Jane Lemers, Dr. Habil Ivan Sanduri PhD, Professor Jumanto, Dr. Ani Wijayanti, and Heni Hernawati PhD. And I'm also grateful to each one of you for joining this 2022 Structural International Seminar. I feel great and proud to say that this seminar has been prepared by Udinus for months. It is my privilege to address you all on behalf of the committee. I bid a very warm welcome to the distinguished guests, speakers, and all the participants who took out their valuable time to join this event. Ladies and gentlemen, under the theme Exploring Local Values in Language, Culture, and Tourism, this seminar is designed for the public. Here we will discuss various studies related to linguistic studies, translation, literature, culture, and tourism. As we know, globalization is taking place so rapidly that it brings about some impacts on the preservation of local cultural values in various fields, including the field of language. Language as a means of communication and expressing ideas certainly has an important role in maintaining local cultural values. In addition, language as a reflection of the identity of a society certainly plays an important role in preserving local cultural values, which are the hallmarks and cultural advantages of a society. Local values are reflected in various forms of cultural products, such as language, literature, behavior, technology, art, or certain rituals and traditions of a society. Local cultural values are contained in various aspects of community activities, one of which is activities in the tourism sector, which often demonstrates the local cultural values of the community as one of the main selling points that distinguish one tourist destination from another. In this case, local cultural values become the main commodity generally exposed by a tourist service place. Tourism is an important means for a society to introduce existing local cultural values to outsiders, as well as an educational tool for the younger generation to remember and maintain local cultural values in the midst of rapidly growing globalization. This is what prompted us to take the theme of exploring local values in language, culture, and tourism as the main theme in this 2022 Structural International Seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite various academics, practitioners, and the public to share ideas and insights from their research related to local values in the fields of language, culture, and tourism. I believe we all can benefit a lot from this seminar. Finally, enjoy this great event. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Neni Kurniawati, for your speech. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request Dr. Guru Fajar Siddiq, MCS, as the Vice Rector II of Universitas Dian Nuswantoro to deliver his welcoming speech and officially open the seminar. To Dr. Guru Fajar Siddiq, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Praise to Allah, the most merciful and the most gracious, that may peace be upon us. In this lovely event, let me thanks to our distinguished guest speaker and participant. First of all, I would like to thank the honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Habil Ivan Zadori, PhD from Pécs University, Hungary. And then Dr. Jane C. Lemmers from Rochester University, New York, USA. And then the featured speaker, Heni Hernawati, SSMA, PhD from Semarang State University, Indonesia. Dr. Ani Wijayanti, CHA from Bina Sarana Informatika University. And then the other featured speaker, Prof. Dr. Anders Jumanto, MPD from Dian Nuswantoro University. And moreover, the distinguished guest participant International Seminar Struktural 2022, and also Vice Rector, Dean, Staff Lecturer, Udinus. And on behalf of the Rector, I am honored to welcome all of you. And ladies and gentlemen, Udinus has grown rapidly and become a provider of excellent quality higher education. Our university is committed to encouraging research and publication to contribute to every industry and life. To encourage international publication within the Udinus academic community, we continue to make our best effort to facilitate lecturers to conduct research by providing funding, lecturer self-deployment, and research collaboration. Therefore, this Struktural International Seminar is a means for the academic community around the world to share their research findings with each other. Distinguished audience, it's my pleasure to introduce to you all the speakers who have come from all over the world today to share their research results to improve our knowledge. Speaking of local value, Indonesia has a national motto such as Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, which refers to the variety in cultural diversity. It also indicates that despite all difference in its multicultural society, there is a true sense of unity among the people of Indonesia. And these are in line with the topic of this seminar, exploring local value in language, literature, culture, and tourism. Therefore, comprehension of language, literature, and cultural aspect is essential for everyone. Once again, let me thank to our fantastic speaker today for sharing their experience, expertise, and insights. Let's take this opportunity to improve our research and innovation for a better future. And by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I pronounce the Structural 2022 International Seminar with the topic Exploring Local Value in Language, Literature, Culture, and Tourism officially open. Finally, please enjoy this seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Guru Fajar Siddiq, for your kind willing to open this international seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's start to our first main sessions with the presentations from our keynote speaker, Dr. Jane C. Lemmers from University of Rochester, New York, USA. And let me introduce to you our outstanding moderator for these first main sessions, Mr. Ahmad Basari, SSMPD. To Mr. Ahmad Basari and the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. Jane C. Lemmers, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Ms. Agnes, my favorite seminar host today. Hello and good morning, the audience. Among hundreds of participants, I see distinguished guests, presenters, keynote speakers, and all other participants. Yeah. Thank you for being with us at these early sessions of the webinar. We really appreciate it. I'm honored to have the opportunity to welcome the audience to this annual seminar, Struktural 2022. The theme of today's seminar is exploring local values in language, literature, culture, and tourism. With me, Ahmad Basari. People call me here Basari. I'm a faculty member of Faculty Humanities, UDINUS, and I'll be the moderator for the first keynote speaker today. On this very timely subject, you will be hearing a talk or a presentation from Dr. Jane C. Lemmers. But before we get started, let me first introduce her to you. Dr. Jane C. Lemmers is an associate professor of education from University of Rochester, USA. She got her Doctor of Philosophy from Arizona State University, majoring in curriculum and instructions with emphasis in language and literacy. She was once a Fulbright US scholar, conducting extraordinary lecturer or visiting professor at UNES, Universitas Negeri Semarang in Semarang here, between September 2019 and February 2020. She has also conducted numerous research and academic services in many other places in Indonesia. I wish I could go further along with her 25 pages CV. Yeah, it was a remarkable CV. But I'm afraid you will not be able to keep your eyes open, yeah, because too many things I have to say. Okay. In fact, there are actually more interesting facts about her academic activities as I read along her 25 pages CV. On these occasions, Dr. Lemmers is going to talk about recognizing Indonesian youth as global meaning makers, implications for education. Yeah? For your information, the keynote speaker today will have only 3 minutes at maximum to present a paper. And after that, there will be around 25 minutes, yeah, for question and answer sessions. All right, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Jane C. Lemmers. Ibu Dr. Lemmers, the floor is yours.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Dr. Lemmers.
Pagi.
Thank you. Terima kasih. It's very nice to be back in Semarang, even though it's only virtual. Thank you very much for the kind welcome. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is wonderful to be here speaking to you all at Struktural. I'm going to be sharing with you some research that was conducted right in the area where you are in Central Java during my Fulbright US Scholar trip. And yes, nobody wants to read my 25-page CV. I don't blame you at all. It's too long, it's too boring, but it was a lot of hard work. And I'm glad that it allows me to come be able to talk with you all today. I wish I were able to travel back. That was my plan when I left Indonesia in February of 2020. We didn't imagine that I wouldn't be allowed to return yet. We had imagined that I would have come back that June But unfortunately, coronavirus had other plans for us, right? So I'm grateful to be able to share with you all virtually. I put this slide up and leave it here for a while, just in case you wanted the opportunity to be able to get in touch with me. I'm very happy to connect with people through Twitter or email if your questions do not get answered in today's session. But as our wonderful moderator shared, I am going to be sharing with you this presentation about recognizing Indonesian youth as global meaning makers. So this research would not be possible without my Indonesian collaborator and partner and friend, Dr. Puji Astuti of UNES. We worked together to design this research, to conduct the analysis, and it is with her that I do all of this. So I wanted to be able to make sure to say that. We had the generous support of Fulbright Indonesia and AMINEF, and they have wonderful, wonderful exchange programs that allowed Puji to come to University of Rochester to get her PhD when I was her advisor, and then allowed me to come there to Semarang a few years later. So, and we have also, I have since hosted Dr. Dewi Elmiana from a university on Lombok as a visiting scholar. So there are lots of wonderful opportunities through Fulbright to continue this exchange effort. So what is the problem that our research was based on? Well, it's that there's lots of research about digital literacy, but unfortunately, most of that research centers Westerners' experiences and not the experiences of places like Indonesia and Central Java and other areas of the global South. And when that happens, this narrow perspective limits the claims that research is able to make about global reach and connections that are made possible by technology. And therefore, Dr. Astuti and I thought it was vital that we conduct our research in Central Java to understand what Indonesian youth are doing with technology. And mind you, we were doing this before the pandemic when technology was required for education. Our research answers calls made by others, including my friend, Dr. Raul Mora, who argues that if we are really to decenter and decentralize literacy research, then that requires our field to pay close attention to the ways that we have been complicit in marginalizing the epistemologies from places in the global South as we try to understand schooling and higher education contexts. And so we don't want to be part of that complicity anymore. Instead, we want to amplify the voices of places like Indonesia to help understand and learn from and with you all. So why did we think it was important to study digital literacy in Indonesia in 2019 when we were doing it? Well, your country has long had policies that require teachers to prepare students to learn using information communication technologies, or ICTs. And yet Indonesian educators were resistant to incorporating ICTs in their learning. And with the pandemic and PJJ, that revealed the pressing need for even more training. And so we think it's still important to share the research that was conducted before the pandemic to help contribute to continued understanding. And again, the largest problem that we're trying to address is that much of the research that helps to understand digital literacy comes from Western contexts. And Indonesia, as you all probably know, is a social media nation. So I think this was 2022, earlier this year, more than 200 million Indonesian internet users. That makes up 73% of the population. And nearly 200 million Indonesians are active on social media, and that number keeps rising. As you all probably know, WhatsApp, the way that I was invited to be a speaker in this conference, Instagram, Facebook and TikTok are some of the most important and popular social media sites in Indonesia. And Indonesian adults spend on average 8.5 hours per day online. So it's important to understand what's happening in those spaces. This is one of the infographics that was put out in early 2020 by the Ministry of Culture and Education. It was part of a new initiative to rebrand the general literacy, the national literacy education. And in so doing, they argued that, yes, digital literacy was really important, and we agree. But it is the second sentence in this graphic that we have questions about, that digital literacy is needed to obtain or filter information that is unstoppable. And that puts the focus on information coming in and not all of the creations that Indonesians put out. So what we're doing, and this fits in with the theme of your conference, because you are interested in local knowledge and local cultural understandings. And we're trying to honor those in our literacy framework. We use a new literacy framework that incorporates global meaning making, and I'll tell you more what I mean by both of those. First of all, we conceptualize literacies as plural, and they are the socially recognized ways that people generate, communicate, and negotiate meanings as members of discourses and through the medium of encoded texts. So let me give you an example. Today's seminar is an example of socially recognized discourses. There is a particular way that you in Indonesia start a seminar, all of the welcoming speeches, the MC, the moderators, the Indonesia Raya, the expectations. There's almost always a video by the university that's hosting it that highlights all of the wonderful things that happen at that university. And that has become a socially recognized way, that is a literacy of international conferences at Indonesia. And if you did it a different way, very different, people wouldn't recognize what you were trying to do, and it would feel strange. I am coming and presenting using slides with a presentation that offer you my voice, words, and some images, because those are socially recognized ways for me to communicate and negotiate meaning with you all. Digital literacies are also recognized in this framework as dialectic, meaning that they rapidly change. TikTok, when it came on the scene, it changed things about video. It changed things about communication. Suddenly reels and other stories became more important on other platforms and other social media because one changed it. And these are all very multiple, multimodal, and multifaceted. So it makes it very challenging, but also very exciting to study these kinds of technologies. And the ways in which we are understanding global meaning makers, and we're making the argument that the Indonesian youth in our study were global meaning makers, we recognize them as agentic, meaning that they have the ability to make meaning that is informed by and fused with the meanings of others. As agentic global meaning makers, this is meant to replace any passive, receptive, or restrictive, repressive forms of reading. And instead, we are arguing that what's happening as these young people engaged with technology is they were more active, collective, critical, border-crossing, interrogative, widely intertextual, and engaging in all ever-adapting ways of using technology to make meaning. And to the point of your theme for your event, we embedded into this theory, we have an ethical respect for the local. And you see here, I highlight when Bu Puji and I recognized the local contributions of Kartini in understanding literacy and the ways in which she championed women's education, just as one example of the way that we try to respect local understandings and create an ecological eclecticism in our understanding and the way we offer theory. And it was important to note that even though we are trying ultimately to help teachers and educators, we started by learning from students, because we agree that students and how they use technology offer more innovation, and those innovation and that understanding then helps us to improve classroom practices. So what's happening in these online spaces as they play video games and what we can learn from those uses of YouTube video can and should be incorporated into the way instruction is designed. So we conducted a research study, and this is the question that guided our research study. What are the digital literacy practices of Indonesian secondary students, at least at that moment in time? We designed an exploratory case study that used mixed methods to build knowledge about how, when, where, by what means, and for what purposes Indonesian young people were engaging with ICTs. And you'll see images here of when Bu Puji and I went out into the field and into schools to collect data from these young people. We visited 7 schools in the local area, 3 of them SMP, 4 SMA. We had 618 participants in our research. We had the help, if you see at the front of this classroom here, with the help of a master's student research assistant working with us. You notice here that we had 227 boys and 388 girls. It's not because there were more girls in the schools. I think we realized later that it was because the teachers let any student who did not want to take the survey go play outside. And I think the boys got wiser to that and took the option to go play outside instead of doing our survey. But we did have 618 participants, 600 of whom had their own handphone. And this was a surprise to Dr. Astuti, because she was also at the time a parent of a child of a similar age who did not have her own handphone. And she assumed that most parents and most students would be similar to her family, and realized quickly that they were not. We were also surprised that so many of the Indonesian participants were able to use their mobile phones when they were in school. And in fact, they were sometimes required to have their own device in school. And again, this was before the pandemic. Our data collection for this research started with a focus group discussion. Again, if we are going to explore local understandings and local cultures and values, we needed to design a research survey that was based in local practices. So what we did is we met with 4 local teens and asked them about the technologies that they used. That was the day that I first learned what TikTok was from these young people in September of 2019. Prior to that, I had no idea, but they introduced me to it, and thus TikTok was included on our survey. We then designed the full open and closed item survey questionnaire to learn from as many students as possible. We gave them the option of taking the survey in Bahasa Indonesia or in English, whatever they preferred. We then did some initial analysis and then conducted one focus group discussion at each of the schools to have more opportunity to probe and ask questions and learn from the youth about our initial findings. Dr. Astuti and I have been conducting abductive analysis, which is a unique way to follow what surprises us in the data. It is not inductive or deductive solely, but it is a combination of both. And the way that you conduct this analysis is that you have a recognition that unanticipated and surprising observations are strategic because they depend on a theoretically sensitized observer. That would be me or Dr. Astuti, who then recognizes the potential of the relevance of those claims to a broader community of inquiry. And I would include you all in this seminar as part of our community of inquiry, people who are interested in this research and participating in this community and maybe could benefit from what we have to share. So Tavery and Timmermans designed this methodology and this analysis approach, requiring researchers to systematically defamiliarize themselves with the data and then re-theorize different chains of meaning to try to make some understandings. So what do we now understand? Let me share with you some of the findings from the youth. So when we asked young people, what do they learn in their school ICT classes? We found that mostly they were using their handphones, using technology for assessments. Teachers loved to have them take assessments on their phone, and I see some heads nodding. This feels familiar to some of you, right? And the teachers find it easier to do the grading because maybe it'll come easily on a form, and it feels quicker, right? Students also learned what they told us was hardware, software, and brainware. And they learned theory, they learned how computers are made, and they also learned software programs. When we ask them instead what they want to learn, they want to do more making, more coding, learning how to make applications or games or websites. They wanted to be able to edit videos, to produce videos as a way of being more creative and more productive with technology. So the ways that they were taught, it's very narrow, functional, and consumptive, but they wanted to be productive, empowering, and expansive in what they were learning and using technology for. So we understand why the instruction they were getting in school about technology was fairly narrow. If you recall this infographic that I shared earlier, it's about information coming in. It's not about producing digital information or producing digital content. But we argue that that is an important part of meaning making and thus an important part of digital literacy. There's also the fear of hoaxes, especially in political campaigns, and also now more recently with the pandemic and vaccines. There's worry about hoaxes and use of social media. There's also worry about addiction, and there's lots of initiatives about that. And students recognize these narratives and recognize these potential fears because when we asked our survey participants what they like least about technology, they shared with us overwhelmingly were worries about hoaxes and addiction, losing track of time, things like that. And so this is an important distinction in our survey. If we asked the young people what they want to learn in class, in their computer class, they aligned their answers with the typical way that this is framed. They want to learn make a project in Excel or PowerPoint. They want to learn whatever their teacher ordered. Maybe they would say something a little creative like editing videos. But instead, when we asked them more broadly what they wish they knew about technology, we saw a variety of different responses. I want to know how to develop technology to be bigger and find new technologies that can help life in the world, but do not harm humans. And here you see Indonesian local cultural values at play. You also see the Indonesian realities. You can imagine students in Samarang wanting to fix traffic, right? Fix transportation with technology. And who can argue with them? Nobody likes all of the traffic in Samarang. They say, I want to know how technology can increase someone's talents or abilities. And here again, we see it being a very empowering way that they want to understand. So those are information and data from our survey. Let me share with you a couple of stories from two of the young people who we met during our focus groups. And I think these two young people really do exemplify this idea of Indonesian youth being agentic and using technology to actively, thoughtfully, and playfully make meaning. So we have Dixie. Dixie was a teenage entrepreneur. She had her own handphone. She was in 11th grade when we met her. She had had her own handphone since 6th grade. She bought it herself with the profits from her business. And what business is that? Well, she ran a skincare business. She did cosmetic sales through a Swedish multi-level marketing company. She utilized WhatsApp, Instagram, YouTube, the corporate website, and blog, all as ways to help her customers. She was very intent on making sure that she could get the best products for her customers, and thus she needed to get to know them well in order to do that. But Dixie, not only was she an entrepreneur, Dixie also was the self-proclaimed queen of TikTok. So she loved using TikTok as a stress reliever. She liked being able to dance. When we asked her, well, do you ever worry about too much technology and too much use of social media? And she says, I run out of data and then that stops me from overusing it, right? So eventually she does have to find other ways to amuse herself. But she was very clear that TikTok was only for entertainment. It wasn't anything that really kept her too consumed, because she used her technology mostly for the work that she wanted to do. We also met Salsa, and Salsa was also in grade 11. She had her own handphone since kindergarten. She was very young when she got her handphone, and she got it because she went to a family reunion and saw older siblings and cousins having a phone, and she wanted to have one of her own. We thought that Salsa was a very sophisticated, intentional connector using technology. And we thought so because she recognized that different technologies were good for different purposes. So she used YouTube for the cooking tutorials, but liked Instagram for the recipes and the images for how food should turn out when she was cooking. She also did a lot of handicrafts. She used Instagram and YouTube for different tutorials for that work. And she used WhatsApp for communication, including homework help. And she had a perspective that said that we need to know how to utilize technology, how we can control it so that it won't mislead us. Salsa also told us a story that we thought was kind of sad. She told us about how she had been bullied when she was posting videos of herself as singing when she was young. And those comments made her become not brave, as she said. But then as she developed other friendships and other connections online, she communicated with others through WhatsApp, including a friend from Pakistan. And she felt that, in her opinion, people from another country tended to be more respectful to her, giving her open-minded suggestions. Like if she had any mistakes, they could give her some sort of push. And she appreciated the way the support calmed her fears about bullying, and encouraged her to keep sharing. So as I wrap up and prepare for your questions, let me share what we hope will happen with all of this information and what we're hoping to do from this research. So we know that Indonesian youth were considered very susceptible, and we know that they are understood to have received some of the most negative impacts of digital media. And so we want instead to highlight stories of positive uses of digital media and the way that these young people are being very agentic in their literacy practices. And we understand that there is a movement there in Indonesia trying to offer more education, both in school and out. And that even though that is partially motivated by issues that are negative, like hoaxes, we hope instead to also help motivate instructors for additional digital literacy education. And though that may sometimes be about just interpreting information or being critically literate of media, we hope again that there will be more emphasis on education for creation and production and communication, so that one day we can help change this infographic so that the second sentence will be more about how digital literacy is needed to communicate across the world, that it is necessary for our interconnected society. All your various areas can join us as we create a significant shift, what we call a global turn in digital literacies research, so that all of us from the north, south, east, and west can learn in dialogue with one another to deepen our global connectedness. We hope that that is one of the outcomes, not only of our research, but a recognition of the ways in which the pandemic has highlighted how globally connected we all are and how important technology is to our continued connectedness and communication. So, terima kasih for your time and attention. I've left plenty of time to address all of your questions. And the other thing that I will do for those of you in this session, I will share in the chat a copy of the research paper that Dr. Astudi and I first published from this research. So I will share that here in a minute. Thank you very much. There you go. The file has now been shared.
The insightful presentation for today's first session, for the webinar today. Okay, so let's proceed to the second session today for the Q&A or question and answer sessions. Before we go to this question and answer session, I would like to share with you all the rules of question and answer session. So first of all, would you please raise your hands virtually, and after that we will invite the one who likes to give questions or probably some information would like to share with our Dr. Lammers. And then the second one, please, before you start questioning, say your names, your schools probably, or your address, okay, if you live in some other places out of Semarang. And of course, after that, please keep your question endpoint, okay, like you to say to the point for the questions. Well, you know, this is a very interesting presentation. It's all about young generations today. And in fact, I'm also still a young man myself. At least I'm young at heart,
Of course.
Okay. Now, would you please, audience who would like to give question, please raise your hand virtually. It's really interesting to discuss with this issue today about the Indonesian youth, who like to generate their own reason, to pursue literacies in education. Somebody please would like to give questions.
Raden?
Yes, we have a question from.
Thank you.
Oh, Pak
Thank
Arif,
you,
okay.
Besari.
Pak Arif,
Dr.
go ahead,
Lammers,
please.
selamat malam. Thank you very much for your inspiring presentation.
Thank you. You were one of the people I saw nodding along as I was talking about social media use.
Thank you. My name is Raden Arif Nugroho. You can call me Raden or Arif. I'm from Universitas Dianuswantoro. So as far as I know, Indonesian has specific politeness attitude linguistically.
Yes.
And there are numerous studies, numerous research or studies that show older people's concerns towards impolite communication done by younger people. For example, in WhatsApp communication, a number of university students sometimes uses direct and commanding sentence towards their lecturers or professors. And many educators think that this phenomenon is not culturally correct in Indonesian context. So do you think that there is a shift or change in terms of polite communication happen between young students or youth to older people? And is this polite communication still relevant in this fast-paced era? So do you think that is the thought that communication politeness outdated? So thank you very much for your answers, Dr. Lammers.
Thank you. Thank you, Raden. When you say polite, can you explain to me an example of something that is considered impolite, but maybe in reality it is just shortened, like typings? Is that what you mean? Like, is that like if it doesn't include all of the superlatives and all of the thank you and acknowledgement?
Yeah,
Is that what you're not talking about people actually being rude?
Yes,
or
yes,
mean,
that's true.
Right?
Yeah, but in Indonesian context, sometimes many educators or culturalists think that young people or youth or maybe students, and when they are communicating with their teachers or maybe professors, they need to be aware of the language that they use. For example, do not use direct or maybe commanding sentence to your teachers or professor. For example, dear professor, I can meet you at this time, for example. Or dear professor, I'm ready at this time. Please meet me at this time. Sometimes they do like that. So do you think that this action or this attitude done by students are now becoming the characteristic of youth in global? Or do you think that the idea of politeness in communication is actually outdated in this fast-paced era?
Well, I think it's an important thing to understand maybe we need shifting definitions and shifting understanding of what counts as polite and what counts as impolite, right? When we have limited space on our screens, when we have fast pace, like you keep bringing up, and communication is anticipated to happen so quickly, some of all of the extra niceties may be left off. But if Indonesian culture and Indonesian values really find that important, then that should be something that is discussed and part of education, right? We are never arguing for what you might say is like a one-size-fits-all or universal way of communicating, that it is always about respecting local values and respecting local cultures. But recognizing that the technologies will keep us connected across cultures much more. So the Indonesian youth will be exposed to a wider variety of ways. So it does become more important for education to play a role. I don't think it should be a reaction of restricting or saying just you can't do it. It's rather, if that value is highly If it is something that is very important in any particular culture, then it needs to be part of education. It can't be assumed anymore because there's too much interconnectedness. Young people will have exposure to too many different kinds of technology and too many different kinds of communication.
Yes, I agree with that. Thank you very much for the insight.
Thank you for the question.
Well, okay, thank you, Bapak Arif, and also Dr. Lammers. So I think we have our next participant would like to give you also questions. Okay, I'm calling Mbak atau Ibu ya, Magdalena. Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
Please?
Thank you. Sir.
Yeah. Okay. So say a question, please. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Professor Lammers. Can you
Good
hear my
evening.
voice? Okay, good evening.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Lammers, I'm very interested to your explanations related to the digital literacy in Indonesia. It is true that young students, especially for the junior high school and senior high school now.
Oh, and her internet froze. I'll be patient.
I'm afraid so.
This is part of the challenge of digital
Yes.
literacies,
Absolutely,
right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yes. And so I
Yeah.
can't assume that she's being rude or just doesn't want to talk to me anymore. I have to be patient, right?
Yep, that's what we do. Okay. We have been accustomed to this problem, by the way.
And it's only gotten
Okay,
worse as
Ibu
there's more.
Magdalena, are you still there?
Maybe we go on to Yolanda and we come
Okay, I
back.
think so. Okay, would you like to have some more questions from other participants, maybe?
Hi, Boo Yolanda.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, Yolanda. Yes, please, Yolanda.
Okay, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Yolanda Marcella. I am an English department student from Universitas di Nusantara. And before I ask my question, I would like to say my gratefulness for Dr. Jane because your presentation was really amazing, very insightful. So thank you, Dr. Jane.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. And my question is really simple. As a student, as an English department student, as an Indonesian youth, what skills must we possess to actually maximize our digital literacy skill so that we can filter all sorts of negative things from the internet? What is the step by step that we have to do to maximize our digital literacy skill?
Yolanda, I don't mean to be the brash American who's going to be rude, but did you see what you just did there, my dear? You have internalized the narrative that we talk about in this research. You're asking me the question of how to give you skills to deal with the information, right? To deal with what's coming to you. But our whole idea is I want to give you the skills, Yolanda, to make your own information, to do your own production, right? To be your own creator, to instead of worrying about, I mean, yes, there are skills that are needed. I don't mean to discount that. There are definitely skills that are needed to interpret what comes to you. But I'd love to see you thinking more about how can Yolanda share the meanings that she knows and the knowledge you have and the understanding you have out with the world using technology. What interests do you have? What expertise do you have that needs to get out into our global community and be part of the conversation? What are you an expert in that we should all know about?
Wow. Okay, that is not an answer I expected, but that makes me really think.
But my answer is very much in line with the presentation, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much, Dr. Jane.
So, Yolanda, what are you an expert in?
I might say that I haven't actually find something that I am expert in.
Okay, what are you interested in?
I am interested in linguistics in general, but I am not so much good at it. I'm still learning. I'm still a student.
Of course you are. And so you're doing very well with me, right? So how are you practicing and how are you improving with your linguistics? How are you deepening your interest in that?
Oh, well, of course, by reading and understanding the materials that my lecturers give to me.
You're such a good Indonesian student. These are very good, culturally appropriate Indonesian responses. And yet I wonder, Yolanda, are you engaging with native speakers, aside from this bule here in this conversation, but are you having opportunities to engage with native speakers?
To native speakers, I might say that not so much.
Right. And do you have a hand phone?
Yes, of course I do.
Of course you do. So do you follow native speakers on TikTok?
I follow them.
Okay. Do you post your own videos in English on TikTok?
I do.
Ah, see, you are engaging. That's one way. And so you probably don't think that counts, do you, like Yolanda?
Yes, I don't think that counts.
You don't think that counts. Well, then you weren't really paying attention to my presentation. So I don't mean to tease you, and I thank you so much for being willing. You seemed like such a sweet person that I could do this with, because, you know, people, Yolanda, I've given many of these presentations since I left Indonesia, and people ask me questions like what you asked me. They want the step-by-step. But what I'm trying to point out is, Yolanda, you're already doing it. If you are on TikTok following native English speakers and getting that content coming in, but also posting it out, you're engaging in the practice. And I want you to believe, and I want your lecturers to hear me tell you this, that engagement on TikTok is a valid form of digital literacy and valid form of you learning English speaking. Pretty interesting, right? So yes, you have to do what they say because they're in charge and they give you assignments and grades. But what I want the lecturers to hear is that some of your assignments, some of the work that you do on TikTok should count for your classes. That they should give you opportunities to engage with these technologies, to engage with real digital literacy or real English native speakers in ways that are authentic, not just ways that are from a book.
Okay.
You've understood everything I said, right?
I understand. I'm trying to process it.
Right, even if it doesn't feel right, because you're like, no, Dr. Jane, that's not how we do English learning here, right? Right, but it is how we do English learning, is through this authentic communication. And I see a couple of people nodding, and I hope your lecturers are still listening. I hope they're not multitasking and grading papers, because I know Indonesian lecturers are very busy. So to be in a seminar is very hard for them because they have stacks of papers and stacks of things to do. But I hope they're hearing this, Yolanda, because I want them to be designing more kinds of activities that get you to have real conversations about things that matter to you. Okay. Yolanda, thank you so much. And I hope they listened to this recording if they were too busy grading papers while we talked.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jane. That is an amazing answer. Not expected at all.
Not expected at all. Not expected at all. Well, it was a lot of fun to talk to you, Yolanda.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jane.
Terima kasih.
Well, okay. Thank you, Yolanda, and also Dr. Jane Lambers. I was really enjoying your conversation, by the way. Yeah. Okay,
yeah,
so I think
which is all digital literacy.
Bu Magdalena, yeah. Bu Magdalena, please.
Hi, welcome back.
Hello, Professor. I'm really sorry for the miscommunication. Not miscommunication, the stop connection just now.
Yes, it's okay.
actually, I want to ask you about how we can see the digital literacy for young learners in Indonesia. Just now you have responded to the previous questioner. I mean, the previous student who asked you questions. Then I really agree to your responded that we should use the digital platforms not only for what we can say for entertaining or
Yes.
for what, as you explained it, for Dixie and Salsa just now, but also for the educational field. Well,
Yes.
due to that point, yes, due to that point, I think that digital literacy nowadays can be viewed in two sides. The first, it is of course very good for the Indonesian students to have a good digital literacy, but on the other side, their digital literacy for the educational field is actually still low, because I've already made online questionnaires due to that, especially from the Google questionnaire, the G form. I mean, the G form. And then I've got the data that most of young learners in Indonesia is still accessing the internet for having the social media, most of them in that way. My concern is, especially for reading class, they don't have a good reading habit for the manual, I mean, for the books or for the hard copy, but now they have to transfer to the digital life, to the digital era. And of course, this is a kind of threat. I mean, this is a kind of threat. How they can
Why do you mean
be
it's a
good,
threat?
because in this way, the young students is not have a good reading habit for the manual, for the hard copy papers, but now they have to go to the digital reading. That's what I mean. And of course, this is a kind of challenge. This is a kind of challenge for the teachers to present or to pursue the students to have a good digital reading habit. What I mean. And
So
my
Magdalena,
questions,
I wonder, why is it a bad thing to go from books to digital?
For one occasions from the research, their digital reading habit for the first language and for the manual procedure is still low. What I mean low, digital reading habit here, what I mean is reading frequency and reading preference.
Okay.
And of course, this is a kind of threat for them, not a kind of threat negatively, very negative, not in that way, but this is of course a challenge for the young learners to have a frequency and preference in reading. It's that's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
My questions, because you're concerned to the digital literacy for young learners in Indonesia, do you have any suggestion for teachers or lecturers to involve to the young learners digital literacy, such as should teachers or lecturers have to make educational content in social media to compete or to involve to the young learners English, especially for the educational field? Should we go to that part? I mean, the lecturers of the teachers should make educational topic or educational content to the social media so we can compete the educational field in digital literacy. That's what I mean, that's what I want to ask your suggestion. I'm sorry for if my question is quite confused. Thank you.
No, the question is not confusing, Magdalena. What I'm trying to do is, are you a lecturer? Are you an instructor?
Yeah, I'm an instructor. Thank you.
Okay. And if you don't mind, I will engage with you similar to how I engaged with Bu Yolanda, in that I want to ask some more probing questions, because I think part of your question is you have this assumption that reading in books is better than reading on technology.
No, I don't say that way.
No?
Because
okay.
No, because I concern to the reading research. I concern to the reading research, especially reading for the second language, for English, not for Indonesian, for English. So the research say that reading for the English habit, their frequency and their preference is still not good. I don't say it's bad or low, but it is still not good. And when we go to the digital literacy, of course, this is a kind of challenge for teachers and lecturers to create or to build a good digital reading habit. That's what I want to say.
Yeah. And I think that I don't think it's wise for you try to compete with social media.
Okay.
I think it is more important that you, I use the word leverage a lot so that you can use the power of social media or young people's interest already in social media and use that to get them to practice the skills that you want them to learn. So that's what I was trying to say for Yolanda. If the skill that she's trying to learn is English communication, English dialogue, the book is not the best way for her to learn that, right?
Okay.
But if
Okay.
she has an interest in technology, or if maybe some of your students have interest in video games, right? Things they're already interested in. But you, Magdalena, want them to learn English. Take and connect their interest in the video game or their interest in TikTok with your desire for them to improve with English. So if you have a young person who likes video games, ask them to watch the walkthroughs of a video game in English. Ask them to do English subtitling of a video. Ask them to communicate or create their own walkthrough of a video game. You may not care about the video game. You may not like the video game, right? But they're doing the English communication that you do care about and you do like, but they get to do it doing something that they really like, much more than the dialogues that are in textbooks that are about, you know, going to the store and buying fruit and going on a trip to England or whatever things that they may not do or care about. They care about interacting with friends. They care about the games. So get them practicing the skills you want connected to something that they care about with technology. Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you, Professor. And it means that we just try to connect to the students by what the content of the digital, I mean the social media or the digital platform only. So we just go to their interest.
Connect their interests, but get them to do what you want them to do, Magdalena, which is learning more English, right?
Okay.
But
Okay,
doing
you,
so on a platform and about interests that they care about, because they'll be much more motivated to do it.
Okay, thank you,
Does
Professor.
that make sense?
Makes sense, thank you.
Yeah. Do you think, so one more question before you go. Do you think
I
that
think
there's,
so. Yes. Thank
do you
you,
think
Ibu
that
Magdalena.
there's,
Thank you.
oh, sorry,
Ibu
Magdalena,
Lema,
do
I
you
will
think
have
there's,
one more question from the student here.
oh, sorry, Magdalena.
Actually, I'm waiting for the responding for the professor. The professor still want to say something
Excuse
to
me,
me.
Bu Magdalena.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Pak.
I would like to give the opportunity to one last question here from the students. Would that be all
Sorry,
right?
Magdalena. I was
one
trying.
more question.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Makasih, Pak. Makasih, Pak.
Yeah, matur suwun Ibu, sami-sami.
Iya, Pak. Terima kasih.
We have one more question for this session for you, Ibu Dr. Lemmers. Yeah, we have a question from our student named Fikri from Udinus. Yeah, he has a question like this. Yeah, as a student, what is the best way learning through the digital literacy? Do you have any suggestions? And what kind of English skill would be best to learn from digital literacy? Thank you.
Well, so I appreciate the question that came in, and I hope that that question asker Fikri, is that your name?
Yep, Fikri.
Yes. Thank you, Fikri, for the question. Were you listening as I was talking to Bu Magdalena?
I did.
Yes. And so do you use technology in similar ways? Do you like video games? Do you?
Yes, I use video games, TikTok and Twitter.
Okay. And do you use it to practice your English?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So would you be more motivated to do your English homework if it were about video games or could do it on TikTok?
100%.
100%. Did you hear that, lecturers? Did you hear that? Fikri said 100% more motivated. So I encourage you. So we're going to try to cause a revolution here, Fikri, and get your lecturers to incorporate more digital literacy into your assignments. And I'm encouraged by what Professor Bu Magdalena is sharing, that yes, she's going to try her best and she's going to try to connect to interests. But even if the curriculum won't let them do it, Fikri, you should do it on your own, because most of the young people that I study are doing these kinds of things to develop their skills outside of school. Okay, if you have an interest in the video game and you know you want to be an English communicator, find other English speaking people who are playing your game and talk to them about it. Chat. Watch movies with English subtitles, or watch the movie in English with the Bahasa Indonesia subtitle. Do the things that you like to do in ways that help improve your English skills. I look forward to be invited back to this university in about 2 years or so and see if anyone did what we're suggesting here tonight.
Yeah, I'll be happy to do that.
That would be good. Thank you for the question, Fikri.
Thank you for the answer.
Yes.
Well, okay. Thank you,
And
Mas
Bu
Fikri.
Magdalena, I hope you do write that book.
Okay. Well, I'm afraid this is the end of the question and answer sessions, audience. Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Jean C. Lammers. I would like to say a few things about your presentation today, that it is really important for us to understand that our students are actually trying to open our eyes as lecturers or teachers, that they have already got much better digital literacies than the teachers. So we should actually follow this through later on with our also digital skills. Yeah, as I know that myself, I myself is a digital immigrant, not a digital native. So I have to think about that also as a reason.
Digital immigrant and digital native. I want to interrupt you a little bit there. I'm sorry for being rude.
Yeah, please.
But here again, sir, you're using language that makes it seem like you can't border cross, and you can't also do the same kinds of things that Fikri is doing, right? You can do it. You don't have to rest on the idea that you're not native to that, because it also then perpetuates the understanding about language that only native speakers can be native and the immigrants can't. And that's not what English education in your schools is trying to do, right?
Right.
I know. But that myth, that label of digital immigrant and digital native has been so popular. I try to disrupt it everywhere I go. I tell my students not to use it because it perpetuates that stereotype.
All right. Okay. Yes, we do understand that now. Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Lammers. Okay, once again. Okay, I would like to end the session by saying thank you very much for the audience. If you have joined the first session, you may clap your hand virtually. And I'd like to go back to the host today, Agnes. Would you please, Dr. Lammers, stay with us, yeah?
Sure.
Thank you.
Terima kasih. Kasih.
Dr. Jane C. Lemmers, thank you for the engaging first main sessions with our moderator, Mr. Ahmad Basari. We all enjoy it very much. And we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Dian Nuswantoro, to respectfully deliver the certificates to first keynote speaker, to Dr. Raden Arif Nugroho, please.
The Honorable Dr. Jane C. Lemmers from University of Rochester, New York, USA, on behalf of Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Dian Nuswantoro, or UDINUS, Indonesia, I would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Lemmers for the insightful knowledge presented in this conference. And therefore, as a token of appreciation, I would like to give this certificate for your contribution in our conference. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Lemmers. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Really
Thank
open
you
up
very
our
much.
eyes.
Sama-sama. Yes, thank you.
Well,
good night. Have a good seminar.
Ladies and gentlemen, come to the next sessions. As the presentations from our featured speakers, Professor Dr. Andes Jumanto, MPD from Universitas Dian Nuswantoro, Dr. Ani Wijayanti, MMM.Par from Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, Heni Hernawati, SSMA, PhD from Universitas Negeri Semarang, guided by our prominent moderator, Dr. Sunardi, SSMPD, to Dr. Sunardi and all the honorable featured speakers, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everybody, the audience, ladies and gentlemen. After we have our interesting presentation and discussion together with Dr. Lemmer about the Indonesian youth that she experienced during her stay in Indonesia, we would like to proceed to other featured speakers who will also present other interesting topics. Okay, for this session, we would like to present or to have for three presenters. Number one will be Professor Jumanto from Universitas Dian Nuswantoro Semarang, Indonesia. And then we have Ibu Dr. Ani Wijayanti from Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika Indonesia. And then we have other featured speaker, Ibu Heni Hermawati, PhD, from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. I do believe that the three featured speakers will also present to us other interesting topics that will cover tourism and then Japanese language and Japanese language. Okay, in this plenary session, we would like to have the three presenters successively, starting from Ibu Dr. Ani Wijayanti to be the first speaker, and then continue to Ibu Heni Hermawati, and the last will be Professor Jumanto. Really, according to the schedule, Professor Jumanto will be the first speaker, but unfortunately, he has not been able to join with us. So the sequence is changed to be Ibu Dr. Wijayanti to be the first, and then Ibu Dr. Heni Hermawati the second, and the last will be Professor Jumanto. Okay, before inviting the three speakers to present the topics on the presentation, I would like to read short biographical notes about the three speakers. Number one, Dr. Ani Wijayanti. Dr. Ani Wijayanti is now the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business from Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika or PSI Indonesia. She completed her bachelor and master degrees in tourism management. And she completed her doctorate degree in tourism studies from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. She is now also active in the Association of Tourism Higher Education Institution, popularly called Hildikti Pari. In the national level, she acts as the head of Human Resource Development, Research and Community Services, while in the regional level, she acts as the vice chairman. Her research interests include tourism and hospitality studies in different sectors. She has been actively writing and publishing many research articles in many reputable national and international journals. And then Ibu Dr. Heni Hermawati, Ibu Dr. Heni Hermawati is now a lecturer in Japanese language from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. She completed her bachelor degree in Japanese language from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And then she completed her master and PhD degrees in linguistics from Nagoya University, Japan. Her research interest is linguistic studies, particularly phonetics and phonology of Japanese language. She has also been writing and publishing many articles and books about Japanese language. And then for the short bio note of Professor Jumanto, Professor Jumanto is now a professor in linguistics from the English Department of Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Yanuswantoro, Semarang, Indonesia. He completed his bachelor degree in English education from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia, and then his master in English education from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, and the doctorate degree in linguistics from Universitas Indonesia, Jakarta. He is now also a member of advisory board of ISAI, English Studies Association in Indonesia, and the president of INAPRA, Indonesian Association of Pragmatics. His research interest includes pragmatics and its application in various fields. He has been actively writing and publishing many research articles in many reputable international journals. So those are the short bio notes of our three featured speakers. Okay, and then on the presentation, we will have the three presenters successively from Dr. Ani Wijayanti, and then Ibu Dr. Heni Hermawati and Professor Jumanto. Each will present the article in 15 minutes. And after the three presenters presented the articles or the presentation, we will have question and answer. And then for interacting with the speakers, please keep your question by writing the question in chat box. Please write down your name and then your institution, and don't forget to write also to whom your question is directed. Okay, and then you may also interact with the speakers by raising hand in Zoom. Okay, without wasting our time, so I would like to invite Ibu Dr. Ani Wijayanti to present the paper. Yes, the floor is yours, Ibu Ani Wijayanti.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Nardi, for the time given. How about the operator could able to help me to operate my slide, Pak Nardi, I already sent my PowerPoint yesterday. Okay, very good morning, all distinguished participants. Allow me to present my material today with the title, The Generative CBT Design, the Future Management Model Beyond the Sustainable CBT. Actually, I tried to explore CBT starting from my experience of almost 1 year traveling from one tourism village to another and found many interesting phenomena. Okay, already. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Oh, Pak Nardi, if the time is over, don't be hesitate to stop me. Okay. Just next slide due to limited time. Okay. Next slide. Why community-based tourism? Community emerged from the extreme growth of tourism and had a negative impact on various aspects. This condition encouraged a strong interest in realizing sustainable tourism. Tourism activities that have a long-term positive impact on the environment, ecology, and economy or finance. CBT actually is one of the development tools to realize sustainable development. In CBT, there are two keywords: community empowerment and community participation. Next slide, please. Okay, here go the new paradigm in tourism. The paradigm reinforced the emergence of community-based and sustainable tourism. Change in tourist patterns are influenced by trends that occur globally in the medium and long terms, consist of system change, accelerated automation and digitalization, increasing the role of artificial intelligence and big data, telework trend improvement, global value chains, and green recovery. The changing trends in consumer consist of evolving demand, local before global, touchless services, work and activity with health and safety awareness, creativity beyond limits, and last, sustainable growth, where or which is CBT is one of the tools to realize sustainable itself. Next slide, please. Okay, I will skip these slides. Actually, it's quite similar with previous explanation. Next slide, due to limited time. Okay, now we have a look at the tourism village data in Indonesia. Based on the data, it can be seen that the growth of tourism village in Indonesia is extraordinary. This shows that tourism village has been developed as a destination that has prospect and is able to move the economy in rural area, especially. From the recorded data, the highest number of tourism village is on Java Island, which is 599 village. Meanwhile, when viewed terms of the province, the special region on Yogyakarta, there are 205 tourism villages, with the largest number in Sleman Regency, 80 tourism village. And 6 of them become winners in Indonesian Tourism Village Awards in 2021. There are Ngelanggeran, Penting Sari, Rejowinangun, Kaki Langit, Breksi, and Tinala. And in this year, in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, there are 2 tourism villages become the winner. There are Tepus in Gunung Kidul and Widosari in Kulon Progo. Next slide. Okay, this slide. Yeah, this is the data that I have mentioned before. Next slide, please. Okay, here the winner. There are 6 tourism villages that become the winner. Next slide. We will talk about what exactly community-based tourism is. Community-based tourism has the concept from the community, by the community, and for the community. In this case, the community has a role as a owner, as a manager, as well as having full control over all tourism activities in the village. CBT has several requirements that must be met, including owned by the local community. In this case, the local community as the owner and does not involve investor, or at least only minimize the investor, because it will change the vision and mission of CBT development itself. And occur on their lands. Tourism activities certainly occur in the village with community involvement, which creates strong interaction with tourists and establish full experience.
And the third, based on their culture and natural or man-made asset and attraction, tourism activities in tourism village are built based on their potential and uniqueness in village, whether in form of culture, natural, or artificial potential, and etc. The fourth, for community development and environment conservation. The CBT concept prioritize environmental and cultural conservation. It means that existing tourism activities aim to ensure the preservation of the environment and its culture without exploitation, of course. And the last, retaining a major portion of the earning communities. CBT is one of the form of accelerating village development, which has an impact on improving the economy of local communities. Next. Okay, CBT component, I would like to skip this slide. I think it's quite clear. Next, we would talk about tourism village categorization. There are 4 categorization of tourism village. First, pioneer, growth, advanced, and independent. In pioneer tourism village, infrastructure is quite limited and public awareness has not fully grown. And for growth, the infrastructure and facilities have developed and able create job for local people. And for advanced, already has a lot of tourist visit, both domestic and foreign, and able to manage tourism business through tourism awareness. And the last, independent, already having innovation in developing village potential into independence, entrepreneurial units, and facilities and infrastructure have an international standard, at least ASEAN. Next slide. Okay, however, CBT management face many challenges. Managing a tourism village is not an easy thing. Management of tourism village that fully involve the community as a driving force often encounters various obstacles because the community has different characteristics that often lead to conflict in the management of tourism village. In this case, social capital is one of the main keys to the success of managing a tourism village. Some of the main obstacles that are often encountered in the management tourism village, there are at least 4. First, formal and non-formal leadership figure. A figure of a strong leader is needed in mobilizing the community in managing tourism village. The leadership figure is able to become a role model and motivate the community. However, sometimes leadership sometimes become dominate. Yeah. And then the second, solidarity and cohesiveness of citizen. In general, tourism villages have not been able to formulate clear vision on the future. This is a big challenge because the vision of the organization is one of key to sustainable. And the third, partnership. Partnership in tourism villages are still lacking and tend to run alone. Partnership strengthens synergies with various parties. This is very important. And last, the strength of innovation and creativity. Product innovation from a tourism village is still relatively weak. Even if we can see right now, there are so many duplication. This is due to low competence of human resource in the tourism sector. Next slide. Okay, we talk about there are 18 points in sustainable development goals for village, especially for village. Yeah, based on regulation of Ministry of Village. The 18 SDGs divided into 8 groups. First, village without poverty and hunger, indicated in number 1 and 2. Second, village without growth evenly, indicated in number 8 to 10 and 12. Third, healthcare village, indicated in number 3, 6, and 11. Fourth, environmental care village, indicated in number 7, 13, 7 and 13 to 15. Okay, and then 5, education care village, indicated in number 4. 6, eco-friendly village, indicated in number 5. And 7, tired village, indicated in number 17. And the last, cultural responsive village, indicated in number 16 and 18. There are 8 groups of village SDGs. Next slide, please. Okay, next slides. Yeah, next slides. Okay, these slides talk about sustainable tourism development. Consists of 5 P's: people, prosperity, planet, peace, and partnership. I think I could skip this slide. We could discuss further after this presentation due to limited time. Okay, next slide. Okay, now I would like to explain briefly 3 models or approach in developing CBT. There are value chains, top-down and bottom-up, and 9-step approach. Sorry. Actually, there are many approaches, but I choose 3 approach or model. First, value change. The value chains bring different community actors, horizontal and vertical linkage into one market. The initial building block of CBT can be considered here as a resource in the form of cultural, natural, man-made, and others. And the participant of key and potential stakeholders is the chain consists of pentahelix. And the facts, resource and stakeholder will only able to work in cohesion when there is a greater awareness among community about the benefit of CBT. In the planning phase, important consideration like resource mapping, stakeholder role, product development, and others has to be done. And the next phase, integration of local resource with local knowledge has to be carried out. And the most important phase is the implementation. In this phase, tourists are already ready to explore the indigenous communities. In this case, communities set to welcome tourists by providing services in the core operational phase and receiving various value-added benefit through tourism development like employment, training and education, empowerment, and others. Next slide. Top-down and bottom-up approach. The figure demonstrates that the government community or top-down approach is mostly ineffective in the long term and also more bureaucratic. The planning process is often centralized and start at the government level by dictating strategy. As a result, fails to provide opportunity to the local. And on the contrary, the bottom-up follow the principle by which local communities set their own goals and make decisions about their resource. This also includes the preservation of cultural heritage, development building, as well as other protection or development activities. It means bottom-up is more successful in tourism development. Next slide. 9-step approach. There are consists 9 steps. The first 4 steps relate to starting and developing CBT initiative, which are useful for sites that are embarking on CBT project. And the subsequent 5 steps address the sustainability of CBT project, which are more appropriate for major CBT project that are gradually moving up the value chain. Next slide. Okay, we talk about characteristic of sustainable tourism. At least 5 characteristics. First, benefit local economic development. Ensure tourism development benefit both community and environment. Meet both profitability and viability. Become part of local culture, and lastly, invest in the local region. Next slide.
Excuse me, Bu Ani.
Okay.
2 minutes to go.
Okay, 2 minutes left, yeah. Okay, next slide, please. I will go fast. Okay, we know well, right now we know well two terms, sustainable and responsible. And actually, this term have different meaning. Sustainable and responsible have different meaning. The keywords from this difference is sustainable tourism as a strategic and responsible as a tactics. It means that responsible parts of sustainable. Okay, next slide. This is just the same. We could skip this slide. And then next slide again. Okay, recently there are new paradigm where the sustainable is not enough. Furthermore, regenerative is needed. Why regenerative tourism is needed? Because regenerative tourism is a next step, next gen travel in the future. Regenerative tourism is not only live as it like sustainable, but regenerative tourism live better. So not only not damaging, but regenerative tourism have a concept live better. Okay, next. There are 11 principles. I think I have no time to explain one by one. We could discuss after presentation. There are holistic understanding, care and respect, diverse by nature, agency, dynamic and evolutionary, collaborative, inclusive, and equitable, continuous learning, transformational and inspirational, environmentally responsible, and cultural stewardship. That's all principle for generative tourism. Okay, next slide. Okay. What activity are included in regenerative tourism? There are so many activities. I would like to give 3 examples. First, buy from local business and establishment. Sustainability not only means looking after nature, but respecting its community culture and way of life is a key factor in regenerative tourism. We must contribute to the local economy by buying from their establishment, hiring their services, and partaking in their activities. Second, help clean up and restore the environment. We should appreciate how important to enjoy a clean and healthy environment. We should look at we can do prevent it from become polluted or damaged. One way to help minimize this problem to get actively involved, and we able to do by bring a bag with you and take a few minutes when you are out for a walk to pick up rubbish you find along the way. The third, work together with social project that need help. It can do by make donation while we enjoy tourism activities. Okay, next slide. I think this is the last regenerative reflection for tourism. This is a new paradigm. To become regenerative, we must first acknowledge that we need system to change, a mindset shift, and change the way we work in tourism. Okay, thank you very much. I think this is all my presentation. I do sorry for if there any mistaken or is there any unpleasing. Thank you very much. I give the time back to the moderator. Terima kasih. Thank you, Pak Nardi.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Ani, for the nice and interesting presentation and topics. Okay, and I do believe that the audience will or have written some questions about the topic that has been presented by Ibu Ani Wijayanti. Okay, and then next we will have a second paper, yeah, that will be presented by Dr. Heni Hermawati, yeah, who will present about Japanese power interference in the Indonesian context. Okay, to Ibu Heni Hermawati, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sunati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation and also thank you for this opportunity. I am Heni. I am a Japanese lecturer at Universitas Negeri Semarang. Actually, I prefer to speak Japanese rather than English. So today, you can speak English, Japanese, or Indonesian to me. Okay, let me share screen. Okay. Today I make a presentation about Japanese power interference in Indonesian context. Okay, is it okay? You can see this PPT. Okay.
Excuse me, Bu Heni. It seems that there is trouble with the audio. Could you please close the microphone to be audible for the audience?
Oh. Is it okay now?
Okay, it's better. Okay, thank you, Bu Heni.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, today I make a presentation about Japanese power interference in the Indonesian context. First, take a look at this word. Pulang, perang, pelan, peran, and plan. In Japanese, all these words will be pronounced as perang. This is because there is no E in Japanese, and L and R is are not distinguished, and in Japanese, the R is not three but left. And then there is only one consonant in Japanese, namely and here is katakana, and here is the hiragana character. And in Indonesian, this character could be N, M, this capital N, and And in Japanese, at the end of the word, this character, this N, must be pronounced as the capital N. But because there's no N in Indonesia, so usually it's become So it will pronounce as plant. I'm sorry, can you hear my voice? Yes. Can you hear my voice? Mr. Sunardi, I'm sorry, can you hear my voice? Test. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's better, Bu.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, it's disappeared again.
Test. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll continue. And also take a look at these words. Is sulam, salam. In Japanese, these words all become suramu. And the words mulia, Maria, in Japanese becomes muria. As I explained before, it is because there is no in Japanese, and R are not distinguished and pronounced as a flat R. And then this is because in Japanese is an open syllable called kayon setsu. The opposite word is hayon setsu, or closed syllable. That's why the Japanese words always end with the vowel, except this n. So in the end of the word becomes mu, and there is no h at the end of the word. From the reason above, we can understand that there are differences between Indonesian and Japanese sounds. But here, I'll focus only on vowels. There are the differences between Indonesian and Japanese vowels. Indonesian vowels are a, I, U, E, O, U, and the Japanese vowels are a, I, U, E, O. As I said before, there is no U in Japanese. So Japanese Indonesian learners pronounce the sound with the sound U. And according to some Japanese phonologists, the U sound that is commonly pronounced by Japanese people is U, which is not rounded and is symbolized by U. According to Frihata, here are the differences between Indonesian and Japanese vowel. As you can see, there is no in Japanese, and the Japanese vowel U and A are more forward than Indonesian U and A. But in fact, there is no problem with the vowel A in Japanese or Indonesian, so I won't discuss it further. The problem usually occurs with the vowel U because the Japanese vowel is rounded and the Indonesian vowel is rounded and the Japanese vowel is not rounded. Okay, now listen to this Indonesian text. Saya wisuda besok. Can you hear it? Can you understand what he said? Okay, please write on the chat box. You can write on the chat box what he said. You can, I'm sorry. Yes, saya wisuda besok. Yes. Hi. And then the second one, you can hear here.
Pensil it milik saya.
Okay, maybe you just know that the second one is pencil it's milik saya. And then the third one,
Silakan unggah karangan Anda.
Okay, this is silakan unggah karangan Anda. Okay, I've explained that there is no U in Japanese. So Japanese Indonesian learners pronounce the sound with sound and then the U sound that is pronounced by Japanese people is which is not rounded. Besides that, in Japanese, there is a vowel devoicing phenomenon called boino museika. It is when the vowels U and E are at the end of the word, or when they are flanked by two voiceless consonants. The voicings U and E are at the end of the word. For example, this word, watashi wa heni desu. And the second one, watashi wa hon o yomimasu. Desu and masu is not pronounced as desu or masu, but pronounced as des and mas. Also, this yoshi is not pronounced as yoshi, but yosh. And moshi moshi is become mosh mosh. And then the second one, when U and E are flanked by two voiceless consonants, for example, K, this one is kita, but with vowel voicing, it becomes kita, kita, and this is ksai, ksai. And this one, ski, stump, ashita, and sashimi. Not ashita, but ashita and sashimi.
Excuse me to Henny.
Yeah.
2 minutes to go.
Okay.
For the presentation.
Hi. Okay, thank you. Okay, with this for the voicing phenomenon, we can see that Japanese for interprets the Indonesian context. Okay, let's listen again this text.
Saya wisuda
besok. In this case, wisuda become wisda. And the second one,
pensil itu milik saya.
Okay, pensil itu milik saya become it. And the third one,
silakan enggak karangan Anda.
Okay, enggak, because U is not rounded, we can hear as voice Okay. And to know the differences between Indonesian and Japanese vowel, we can also measure the vowel using PRAT. PRAT uses software to analyze phonetics. You can download and install it on your computer for free. And to measure the vowel, use Foman. Foman is the spectral shaping that results from an acoustic resonance of the human vocal tracts. Foman are also known as resonant peaks. There are 4 formats called F1, F2, F3, and F4, but we only use F1 and F2 to measure the vowel. F1 shows the height of the tongue, the height of the F1 number, the lower the tongue position, and F2 shows the position of the tongue, the height of F2 number, the tongue position moving forward. Here is the Japanese vowel pronounced by Japanese female. Let's hear it.
A, I, U, E, O.
And here is Indonesian vowel pronounced by Indonesian female.
E, O,
Okay. And here are the result of the vowel measurement. As we can see, the Indonesian vowel is more forward than Japanese. And this is different from what Borihata said. But I think this is not the problem because measurement result vary from person to person. Also, we can see that the Japanese vowel U is more forward than the Indonesian. And this is appropriate with what Borihata said. Okay. From the explanation above, I can conclude that the differences in Japanese vowel interpret the Indonesian context. These affects the Japanese pronunciation when learning Indonesian. And from this conclusion, I would like to suggest that it is necessary to pay attention to these differences when teaching Indonesian to Japanese, so that appropriate learning method can be applied. And here are the differences. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any question, please free to ask. And I'm sorry about my voice. Maybe you cannot understand my pronunciation. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sunazi.
Okay, thank you very much to Henny on the nice presentation. Well, audience, we still have the last presentation that will be presented by Professor Jumanto, and I think he has been with us now. Hello, Professor Jumanto.
Hello, Dr. Sunari. Thank you very much.
Okay,
I'm ready.
yes. Well, Professor Jumanto, we still have 20 minutes, yeah, including question and answer session. Yeah, so yeah, for the last session, we gave only 10 minutes, yeah, on the presentation, so that we can still have the session for question and answer from the audience. Okay, the floor is yours, Prof. Jumanto, in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will do it very quickly and by myself. Okay, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is my voice clear, Pak Narti? Hello?
Yes. Okay, Prof. Ju.
Is my voice clear?
Yes, clear.
Okay. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present this is as the abstract we have said before, the pragmatics of Javanese verbal wisdom. So we can review in the abstract again here that the present paper is trying to elaborate verbal local sayings or local wisdoms in Javanese through theories of politeness, impoliteness, and strategic interaction. The verbal local wisdoms were seen from the perspective of face saving in politeness, face threat in impoliteness, and hero-type-based strategy in interaction. From in Javanese, so we have 10. We have 10 Javanese verbal wisdom here. Okay, without much further ado, I'd like to come to the next slide. Okay, before we coming to the Javanese verbal wisdom, I'd like to take a brief of pragmatics. What is so in linguistic, pragmatics is the second outer ring of discourse analysis. So pragmatics will be one the discipline used for the discourse analysis, and pragmatics is making use of all the utterances from the phonetics, phonology, morphology, syntax, and semantics. So here we can say that pragmatics within linguistics is in line with discourse studies here. It is with semantics, also with syntax, with morphology and phonology and phonetics. Okay, but before we coming to the pragmatics, we need to see that pragmatic is an interdisciplinary program. So we have linguistics here, of course, for the core discipline, and we have the psychology involved. We have the philosophy of language involved, and we also have the sociology involved here. And also in the interplay, we have some sociolinguistics. Remember, sociolinguistics, not sociopragmatics, because this is just one part of the element of the pragmatics here. For example, especially for the sociolinguistic here, we are observing aspects, values, and social norms to come to the social categories, not social interaction. Now we coming to the pragmatics in general. Of course, here is interdisciplinary studies here. So we can say that there is also linguistic here, psychology, also sociology, and also philosophy, and also communication discourse, and also semiotics. You can read further about this. Okay, let me check before the coming to the verbal local. We have the pragmatic states of the art to politeness, impoliteness, and strategic interaction here. From the auto-ethnographic perspective, from my states of the art, I started from the Vedic communication, and then we came to the politeness and camaraderie, and then we came to the 3 strategies in the world. This is from the Scopus Journal: politeness, impoliteness, and strategic interaction, with the note that politeness is based on the face saving, and impoliteness is based on the face threat, and strategic interaction is based on the interaction itself. Well, something is missing. We are talking about pragmatics. This is about the types of hearer Yeah, you can check out this later. This is about the aspects of power and solidarity. This is from Brown and Gilman, that we have not close superior hierarchy. We can make some division like this, or we can also have close subordinate hierarchy. Here, not close superior hierarchy, for example, not close superior, superiors, strangers. Strangers belong to superior. We are to people, yeah, in a particular context and or within a formal situation. And also close subordinate here, we have close people, subordinates themselves, and then close subordinates in a particular context and or within an informal situation. Well, this is the effects or the aspects of the types of here we should know about pragmatics. Okay, we're coming to the so-called culture first, because we're coming before to the verbal. So from culture to local wisdom, we need to know about what is culture here. Culture is the entire way of life for a group of people, including both material and symbolic elements. A lens, this is a mirror through which one views the world and is passed from one generation to the next, from family to the family, from family to the subfamily. It is what we makes us human. Okay, next we are talking about the culture. We have the material and symbolic culture. The material culture here includes the objects, yeah, physical or material cultural groups such as tools, machines, utensils, buildings, artworks, whatever. Yeah, this is the material culture. But we also have the symbolic culture here. From the culture to local wisdom, we also have the symbolic. Symbolic culture includes ways of thinking, beliefs, values, assumptions, and ways of behaving, norms, interactions, and communication. The meaning of this red light, for example, it depends on the context. So later we are talking about the so-called from culture to local wisdom. We are men create culture. We are what we are doing, what the activities of us every day are about culture. And this is called human acts. Yeah, human acts can be material, can be symbolic. And also human acts can be material and symbolic, can be local wisdom in a particular mentioned culture, because it's local wisdom. From the local wisdom, we had non-verbal wisdom and verbal wisdom. And the non-verbal wisdom here are the material or physical objects in a particular culture, while the verbal wisdom here are the sayings. Remember, all the sayings or utterances in a particular culture. And now we have the pragmatics start in line with the verbal wisdom, the study of languages within context, the study of meaning in interaction. Remember, interaction is the base of pragmatics. Pragmatics here from pragmin, pragmin is human act from May, yeah, non-verbal act and also verbal act. Verbal act become the theory of speech act, yeah, verbal utterance or speech act. Non-verbal act, and then part of the context for the speech act. And then we're coming to the Javanese verbal wisdom. All the sayings, remember, all utterances in Javanese culture. But before we coming to the verbal wisdom, I'd like to give a touch on the Javanese non-verbal wisdom. This is our research in 2017 with Mr. Nugroho and Mr. Rizal. This is in the English language teaching. You can browse for the article. We are coming from the theories of verbal politeness into coming to the hints of non-verbal politeness. Based on the results of the analysis, we have come to the 6 hints. The hints are, the hints are silence for politeness, gestures for politeness, gifts for politeness, observance to norms, rules, and regulations for politeness, adjusted behavior for politeness, and performance for politeness. As this is already published, you can search and see what is the silence for politeness. Yeah, and then what is the gestures for politeness. Yeah, we have smiling, we have noticing, oh, you're coming and approaching, nodding the head, waving the hand. This is all the gesture. And also we coming to the so-called the gifts. Let's say we are going somewhere else, and then you're coming home with the trip gifts. This is some hint of politeness. So here you have giving something after a trip, sending a self-cook Meal. So you cook some meal and then you send to the neighbors. This is also a hint of politeness. Allowing a sum of money of valuables to a partying here. If you are invited to a wedding party, you should you should give some allow to some money, and also some giving a hand to hearer busy with loaded stuff, something like that. This is the also here observance of norms, of rules, regulation. This is all the non-verbal politeness in Javanese, because I am ethnographically Javanese. Adjusted behavioral for politeness also here. Yeah, accepting, underestimating the group's interest, yeah, joining and sitting at the group's gathering, coming to invitation by group, pretending to be happy. Even for politeness, you need to pretend. Keeping and taking care of gifts from the group, yeah, something like that. And the last, this is for the non-verbal politeness, yeah, performance here for politeness. Let's say you are giving way to hero walking in a hurry, be sitting or fetching, escorting a hearer, giving a ride, dressing up best and properly for a formal situation, helping an aged hearer to cross the street, driving with others. This is all the Javanese non-verbal wisdom. Yes.
1 minute to go.
Okay.
On the presentation.
Okay, sir. Here we have Javanese verbal wisdom. We have 10 here. Hinggih, boten, monggo, matur nuwun, nuwun sewu, nyuwun pangapunten, sugeng enjang, ojo dumeh, ojo adigung adiguna, ojo gumunan, ojo getunan, ojo kagetan, ojo alman, with some equivalence here in English. Now we coming as the abstract tells you that all this is originally this is hinggih is polite, yeah, that can be polite in a particular context. Subordinate hearer to superior, formal situations, it's very polite. But it will be impolite if superior to subordinate hearer to show anger or rude feeling. This is your boss is angry with you. He will say, or they will say, hinggih. Hinggih can also be strategic as superior to subordinate to hearer, subordinate hearer to show appreciation or gratitude. This is hinggih. Boten here also, this is polite, this is impolite, this is strategic. Subordinate hearer to superior, remember, not vice versa, superior to subordinate hearer to show anger. Yeah, because this is originally boten is a polite noun. Next, manga, mongo, but the writing is mongo, manga. Yeah, this is a polite please. Subordinate here to superior, manga, this is polite, and then mongo, this is polite. Green, I make it green, and then mongo red is impolite, and mongo blue is strategic. You can observe the context here. And matur nuwun, a polite thank you also can be polite, can be impolite, can be strategic. Nuwun sewu can be polite, can be impolite, can be strategic. Nyuwun pangapunten, even nyuwun pangapunten, originally a polite, I am sorry. This is can be polite, can be impolite, can be strategic. Sugeng enjang, even or sugeng others, ya, sugeng enjang, sugeng siang, sugeng dalu, sugeng tindak, whatever. This is originally a polite way of saying something. Can be polite itself, can be impolite with particular context, or can be strategic. And then we coming to the sugeng enjang, can say ojo dumeh also, a friendly reminder not to always show off. Ojo dumeh can be polite. If it is superior talking to you, subordinate, ojo dumeh can be impolite, a strategic ojo dumeh. Ojo adigang, adigung, adiguna, this is also a friendly warning not to show power. Power exercising sometimes not good. Can be polite, can be impolite, can be strategic. And here, also, even this is ojo, because this is ojo means friendly, because this is a token of informal utterance. Yeah, this is impolite, can be polite, can be impolite, can be strategic. Okay, I give you a poem here to observe, and this is very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you very much, Dr. Sunati. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Jumanto, for the nice presentation. Well, audience, the three papers, have been presented by the three presenters, and now it's time for us to discuss what have been presented by the three featured speakers. Okay, once again, I remind you, if you want to interact with the presenters, yeah, you may raise hand, yeah, in Zoom, or you may write down your question or comment in via chatbot. Okay, let's see. We have 3 raised hands, yeah. Number 1 from Ibu Irma Winingsih. Yes, okay. Okay, Ibu Irma Winingsih, yeah. Can you unmute and then please give the question to the presenters. Yeah, don't forget to tell to whom your question or comment is directed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sunadi, for the time given to me. I will ask to Mrs. Henny.
Okay.
A lot of students ask me about how big the influence of pressure, and maybe this is not related with vowel, but it this is phonology. Yeah, I wanna ask how big the influence of pressure and intonation in Japanese language. Thank you.
The point of the question from Ibu Irma.
Yes, the influence of pressure and intonation in learning Japanese language. Can we look?
Okay. Okay. Yes. Bu Henny, have you got the point of the question from Ibu Irma?
Sorry,
If I'm not mistaken, Bu Irma want to know more about the influence of Indonesian phrase. Yeah, Ibu
Yes,
Irma.
because many students ask me, and they compare with English language.
The influence of Japanese Indonesian learner or Indonesian Japanese learners, which one?
The influence of stress.
Sorry.
It seems that Ibu Henny has not understood the question from
That's the
Bu
point.
Irma.
The influence of what? Stress or forward? Sorry. It is still mute, Ibu Irma.
Okay.
Maybe yes.
Yes.
Maybe students think that stress and intonation is not important as in English language or in other language as Indonesian, but maybe Japanese not really concerned about stress, intonation like that. Because many students ask me how different
yes,
the influence.
Okay, get the point. Yeah. Yes, Bu Henny, I think Bu Irma wants to know about the importance of stress in Japanese language. Yes.
Okay. Stress. Okay. Stress in Japanese. Okay. Stress and pitch. Stress, pitch, accent in Japanese. It is different from English. English have the stress accent, but in Japanese is pitch accent, just up and down. And most of Indonesian students, Japanese learners, is stress. So I think it's in Japanese education, the stress is not so Japanese Indonesian learner is very difficult to understand about Japanese stress. So I think it is better to explain about the Japanese stress so the student can be understand about that. Okay, Irma,
Thank you.
Sensei.
Okay, thank you so much for.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Bu Irma, is that clear?
Yes,
The
yes,
answer
sir.
from
Thank
Ibu Eni
you
to your
for the
question?
explanation. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, if you do not satisfied with the answer from Ibu Heni, yeah, I think you can meet in person with Ibu Heni, yeah,
Okay.
in Universitas Negeri Semarang, yeah, to make closer discussions about the importance of stress in Japanese language. Okay, next we still have other present, yeah. The next we invite Ibu Agnes Maria. Ya, Ibu Agnes Maria. Okay. Yes, please. Aduh. Can you unmute your mic? It seems that there is trouble with the mic. Yeah. Or you can type the question in chat box to make it clear. Yeah, no voice. Oh, there is trouble to Agnes with the mic. Oh, okay. To save the time, yeah, we proceed to the next present, yeah, from Pak Prima Setia Juda. Okay, yes, Pak Prima, will you give the question or comment to whom? To the speaker?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nardi. I want to ask to Miss Annie from BSD. I want to ask about CBT. How to start a CBT, because there may be some strain or interest in issue in society in the village. And then number two, and for the tourism object, should be a natural object, or we can create or make some modern innovation to attract people. Okay, that's all. Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah. Okay, to Ani, yeah, is that clear for the question?
Yes, very clear,
Okay,
Pak.
yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Pak Prima, for the question. Yes, we are all know that build CBT is very, very difficult. There are so many complex problems, but the most important is when we would like to build CBT, we have concern about social capital. That's the most important key. Even the village have a big potential with complete infrastructure, but if there is no social capital, I believe it will be succeeds. As many experience when I traveling at many tourism villages, social capital is very important ones. But besides social capital, there is they have support. There are many support need to develop CBT itself. Synergies or partnership with any stakeholders, pentahelix, they should establish that partnerships. That the key success also. So social capital and partnership, it's become key importance in building CBT. And about the product, of course, the main product is the originality. There are many characteristics of CBT product. First, originality, of course, the local product, yeah, of course, and then uniqueness. This very important. But as we know, there are many demand from tourism. So CBT managers or community have to mix any kind of innovation. It is very important to meet with the need of tourist demands. I think that's Pak Prima. So of course the basic products come from the original and uniqueness, of course, but they need innovation to compete with the competitor. I think that's the most important. That's all, Pak Prima. Hopefully it answer your question.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Most welcome, Pak Prima.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ani, for the answer. Okay, because of the limited time, we have one more raised hand, yeah. Okay, I choose Ibu Melati Teresia. Hello, Ibu Melati Teresia.
Thank you for moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May I speak Indonesia?
Oh, can you on camera?
I'm sorry, sir. Internet is not good if I turn on my video.
Okay.
May I turn off my video?
Okay, yes, yeah. You may keep the question.
Okay. The question is for Professor Jumanto. May I? Mau bertanya kepada Profesor Jumanto. Oke.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Okay, I'm all ears. Yes.
Selamat siang. Boleh bahasa Indonesia aja, Prof?
Okay.
Oke. Terima kasih, Prof. Pertama, penelitian Prof sangat luar biasa dan saya tertarik dengan topik penelitian Prof. Di sini ada sedikit pertanyaan, Prof. Soal tentang kesantunan atau ketidaksantunan dalam slide Prof tadi terdapat tentang culture, budaya. Ya, Prof. Kalau budaya itu setahu saya yang tiap wilayah Indonesia memiliki budaya yang berbeda-beda. Bagaimana standaritas kita untuk mengkategorikan jika kita menggunakan budaya yang berbeda dalam mitra tutur dan petutur yang berbeda dari budaya yang berbeda? Terima kasih, Prof.
Well, thank you very much, Mas Melati. Well, we before we coming to the point of the question answer, we need to realize that culture is of two variants, yeah, high culture and also low culture. High culture influencing the language. We have the high variant. This is called the formal language, yeah, or we can call it the polite language, and then informal language. We have this is in the diglossic, let's say, speech society. So in general, like this, for example, in Javanese, we have high culture of language. This is the Kromo Inggil. And we have the low culture of that language. This is Kromo Ongoko. Yeah? Ongoko. And these two variants of language usually exist. We do not say always, yeah. Usually exist in the living languages in the world. So what is different is that only the variants of the let's say vocabularies, of variants of the the aspects of power and solidarities. So this is in pragmatics, this is the power and solidarity aspect is very crucial, because we are not talking to a cold wall, but we're not talking to a beautiful statue. We are talking to person, we are talking to people who have face. Okay, did I answer your question, Ms. Melati?
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, the presenters and some questions from the audience, and because of the limited time, we cannot accommodate all of the questions, yeah, from the audience, yeah. And I hope that the question that has not been answered by the presenters, yeah, maybe will be answered in the next time, yeah. Okay, this is the end of our second session. Once again, thank you very much for the nice presentation and topics from the three presenters, Professor Jumanto, Ibu Dr. Ani Wijayanti, and Ibu Heni Hermawati. Let us give big applause to our inspiring three featured speakers. Okay, next I return the opportunity to Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Well, Professor Dr. Andes Jumanto MPD, Dr. Ani Wijayanti MMM.Par, Ibu Heni Hernawati SSMA PhD, thank you for the inspiring sessions with our prominent moderator, Dr. Sunardi SSMPD. We all enjoy it very much, and we would like to invite the Vice Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Dianuswantoro, to respectfully deliver the certificates to all the featured speakers. To Dr. Anda Sri Mulatse, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Agnes. Okay, good morning, Professor Jumanto. Good morning, Dr. Ani Wijayanti, and also good morning, Ibu Heni Hernawati, PhD. Okay, thank you very much for the valuable knowledge given in this semester, in this seminar. On behalf of the Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Dianuswantoro, we would like to give you a token of appreciation in the form of this certificate. This is one for Dr. Ani Wijayanti, MM, CHE. Thank you very much for the knowledge given to us, Ibu, and also Ibu Heni Hernawati, PhD. Thank you very much once again. And then for Professor Dr. Andes Jumanto, MPD, thank you very much for the valuable knowledge given to us. Okay, I think that's all.
Dr. Sri Mulatse. Well, ladies and gentlemen, turning to next sessions, that is first parallel presentations for all the distinguished presenters and participants. We would like to invite you to breakout room provided. And after these first parallel sessions, we're going to have 45 minutes break from 12:15 to 1 p.m. Therefore, you may stay in this Zoom room. Otherwise, you may also leave the room and rejoin the link 15 minutes before 1. And you are pleased to rejoin to the breakout room.
Good morning, Dr. Zadori.
Time will always pass. Technology changes as fast as the wind blew. But if the sum of educated persons is not equivalent to the capacity of job opportunity, everyone will be a slave of technology. That's why being intelligent is not enough, because nowadays people need such a brilliant strategy so they don't lose their ways. Being graduated without having skills is meaningless. The young of this era must wisely choose a place to study, to prepare them in facing the future. The University of Dian Nuswantoro, or UDINUS, comes offering some solutions.
Visi dari UDINUS adalah menjadi perguruan tinggi pilihan utama dalam bidang pendidikan dan kewirausahaan. Artinya, UDINUS tidak sekedar mendidik mahasiswanya menjadi karyawan, tetapi juga memberi bekal, pengetahuan, dan kepercayaan diri agar para mahasiswanya juga menjadi seorang wirausahawan. UDINUS sadar banget bahwa pada zaman sekarang menjadi karyawan itu juga susah. Kita bisa melihat bahwa ada lowongan 10 yang melamar 1000 orang. Tentu sisanya dikemanakan. Oleh karena itu, UDINUS memberi bekal sebanyak-banyaknya agar para mahasiswa, alumninya mempunyai kemampuan untuk berwirausaha.
UDINUS has 5 faculties that develop some methods of learning. They are the Faculty of Computer Science, the Faculty of Economic and Business, the Faculty of Cultural Studies, the Faculty of Public Health, and the Faculty of Engineering. UDINUS also offers postgraduate programs.
Yang menjadi alasan saya sebagai mahasiswa komunikasi memilih UDINUS adalah UDINUS sebagai kampus yang sangat expert di bidang komunikasi, khususnya didukung oleh fasilitas-fasilitas yang ada seperti lab komputer, lab multimedia, lab fotografi, yang sangat bisa membantu mahasiswanya dalam memberikan kontribusi yang lebih baik untuk kami sebagai mahasiswa untuk bisa lebih berkreativitas, lebih bisa untuk bereksplor diri kami pribadi.
Ini cukup tinggi, ya tinggi. Narasumber kita ada.
Oke, jangan lupa juga nanti sore di Kelurahan Gayam Sari di gedung
K5.
Cut. Oke, all crew, thank you.
Salah satu unggulan dari UDINUS ya, tempatnya strategis di tengah-tengah kota. Dan kebetulan saya Fakultas Ilmu Komputer, jurusan Sistem Informasi. sistem informasi sendiri sudah terakreditasi A. Mengapa saya tidak masuk ke sana? Dan lingkungannya, saya pribadi menurut saya sangat positif, mulai dari dosen, mahasiswanya, dan bahkan dari rektoratnya sendiri, saya merasa nyaman di sana. Jadi, saya tidak kecewa masuk Udinus, dan mungkin saya suatu hari ingin menjadi seorang programmer yang bisa memanfaatkan ilmunya untuk mengembangkan kota Semarang lagi.
Like Richard, Vina also has a similar dream to use her knowledge to develop Papua, her homeland, after having graduated from Udinus. They will never take what they learn at Udinus for granted.
Yang saya dapatkan yaitu sekarang saya sudah semester 5, saya sudah penjurusan yaitu saya ngambil software. Di sini saya diajarkan cara membuat software, aplikasi, seperti itu.
The high confidence of Udinus students comes from the learning system combining theory and practice. So knowledge and technopreneurship interests are mutually developed.
Saya sebagai mahasiswa sastra Inggris, saya bisa belajar tentang bisnis dan komputer yang menjadi dasar dari universitas ini. Dan untuk dosen muda, kita mahasiswi itu mudah untuk mendekatkan diri dengan mereka. Tapi untuk dosen yang sudah senior, mungkin sedikit sulit untuk mendekatkan diri dengan mereka, tapi seiring berjalannya waktu, kita bisa dekat dengan mereka. Tapi ada juga dosen-dosen yang sudah senior, kita bisa dekat dengan mudah dengan mereka.
The harmony between teachers and students creates a very creative ambience in Udinus. There is e-Gamelan, one of the best innovative applications created by Udinus students. It's clear that in Udinus, learning process is mutual with artistic activities. Other non-academic activities have also reached many achievements. For example, the choir group Gita Dianuswa has been awarded gold medal for folklore category from 2018 Taipei International Choir Competition. For example, the choir group Gita Dianuswa has been awarded gold medal for folklore category from 2018 Taipei International Choir Competition. Study, artistic activities, and of course sports. Udinus provides excellent facilities for the sports. From martial art like taekwondo, basketball, to rock climbing, all are provided to enhance creative passion and technopreneurship interests. Not only their business instinct, students' communication competence is also truly developed in Udinus.
Sebagai seorang mahasiswa teknik informatika, saya mendapatkan hard skill yang mendukung saya sebagai seorang programmer. Namun di luar daripada itu, saya mendapatkan soft skill berupa komunikasi dan public speaking yang dapat mengantarkan saya sebagai seorang duta wisata Kota Semarang.
Cooperating with many big universities abroad by student exchange program makes Udinus students have good chances for developing themselves.
Di sini saya banyak mempelajari tentang budaya-budaya Jawa. Saya amat menyukai gamelan dan juga tarian-tarian tradisional di sini.
Udinus could be analogized as Chandra di Muka crater. Here, knowledge and its application are a unit like two sides of a coin. Students come and go, under the spirit of optimism for grabbing times wherever they are. Will always pass. Technology changes as fast as the wind blew. But if the sum of educated persons is not equivalent to the capacity of job opportunity, everyone
Yes,
will
Prof. Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, perfect. There was something wrong, but right now, hopefully, everything is going to be all right from this point. Okay.
Yes. Now we can finally hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry for this inconvenience.
No
okay, shall I? Yeah.
Yes, but we will start by having the MC first.
Okay.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished guests. Welcome again in the Zoom room for the presentations from our prominent keynote speaker, Dr. Habil Ivanzadori, PhD, from University of Pest, Hungary. And please welcome our gorgeous moderator, Dr. Anda Sri Mulatsi, MPD, to Dr. Habil Ivanzadori, PhD, and Dr. Anda Sri Mulatsi. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Like you have heard, my name is Ivan Zadori. I'm from Hungary, from the University of Pécs. And first of all, I would like to thank you the chance. Thank you the possibility for participation. It is a great honor for me, a great chance for me to have this lecture on your conference. My university is one of the biggest universities of Hungary. We have more than 20,000 students. Yes?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Agnes. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, presenters, keynote speakers, and all participants. Welcome back to the Struktural International Conference 2022. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Sri Mulatsi, one of the lecturers in English department, and I am the moderator for the session. On this occasion, we will have special keynote speaker, Dr. Habil Ivanzadori, PhD, from University of Pécs, Hungary. Dear presenters and participants, on this occasion, Mr. Sadori is going to talk about culture and sustainability lesson learned from OVHR model. But before that, let me introduce him for you. Dr. Habil Iwan Sadori, PhD, is the head of Regional Department Institution, Faculty of Cultural Sciences, Education and Regional Development, University of Pax. He got his PhD from Faculty of Business and Economics, University of Pax in 2009. Since 2018, he has been an associate professor, Faculty of Cultural Sciences and Regional Development. And since 2015, he is the Vice Dean, University of Pax, Faculty of Cultural Sciences and Regional Development. He also wrote several papers in several journals. And for your information, Dr. Sadori, PhD, will have about 30 minutes to present his paper. And after that, there will be around 25 minutes for question and answer session. All right, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Habil Iwan Sadori, PhD. Dr. Sadori, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much again, and I'm really sorry that I have interrupted you. I would like to thank you again, the chance, the possibility, and this is a great honor for me to participate in your conference. And because of the fact that the time frame, I would like to start my presentation. And as you have heard, the title of my presentation is Culture and Sustainability Lessons Learned from OVHR model. I will share my screen. Because I have a small presentation in connection with my topic, I hope that you see the presentation. Can you see it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. So I would like to speak about 5 topics before the questions, of course. So first, I would like to introduce shortly the background, those sustainability challenges we are facing with in the first part of the 21st century. In the second part, I would like to focus on the culture and sustainability, the possible connections between these two very important fields. In the third part, I would like to show you a special model in connection with sustainability. The title of this model is OVHR model. And I will show you also the cultural aspects of this model with the possible emerging issues. So I'm starting the presentation. So the first part is the sustainability challenges. In the 21st century, we are facing with very serious economic, social, and environmental challenges. And the basic questions appeared from the 1950s, 1960s in the international literature and in the international community, because the economic, social, and environmental problems and challenges became much more intensive at a global scale as well. Of course, we do not have time to examine all the parts of this realization process, but I have to mention that in the earlier periods of human history, if we examining sustainability questions, sustainability depended mostly on the geographical situation and the given resources, what could have been, which were existing in a certain areas. And most of the situations all around the world, the environmental impact of human activity was relatively low. This changed intensively for the modern times for the 20th, 21st century. And of course, in the earlier centuries, we can see the signs of this change as well. And instead of the geographical situation and the given existing available natural resources, right now, the main question is the economic performance and competitiveness, which certainly means that there are a few areas where the sustainability is not about the available resources in a given land or a given country or a given region. And many situations which could be, which seem to be totally unsustainable for the first sight. We are speaking about the sustainability of these situations, like sustainability of metropolitan areas, sustainability of cities and
excuse
areas.
me, sir.
Yes.
Your PowerPoint cannot be doesn't move. Your PowerPoint.
Excuse me.
Your PowerPoint doesn't change.
Oh, it doesn't change the PowerPoint right now.
Yeah. Only the first slide.
You can see only the first slide. Slide.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It is interesting. Okay, I tried to do something. Okay, I'm sorry for this inconvenience. I will do that again, and probably it's going to work. What about now? It was the first
slide, and then next.
The next, okay.
Yeah.
Right, now it works.
Can you make it slideshow maybe?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
What about now?
The third, and then the third slide here.
Only the
That's not
third.
yet slideshow.
Okay.
Not yet slideshow.
Okay, so I do not do this slideshow. I just show you this way. Okay, so maybe
no problem.
it is going to work. So back to the topic. So there are many areas where the sustainability is a little bit different today, because we are talking about the economic performance and the competitiveness instead of the given available resources in a given area, and we are not speaking about too intensively about the geographical situation because due to the globalizational transportation processes and other processes, we can transport and we can take the missing resources to these areas. And of course, it is happening quite often that there are some parts where the needed resources have to be exchanged to other goods and services, and the sustainability is depending on the offerings in a certain aspect, because if a given area or a country or a region could produce something which is interesting for the outside world, they can buy the missing resources. But from the aspect of strong sustainability, of course, these situations are not very sustainable at all. And of course, we can speak about a lot about the sustainability challenges. These things are very serious in the 21st century, and we can examine many documents, many reports in connection with this. I would like to highlight to the Brundtland Commission's paper and the Brundtland definition. I think this is widely known all around the world. This is about the future generations and the sustainable. The development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So this is a very widely known definition of sustainability. Within the sustainable development, we can identify three basic pillars, the social, environmental, and economic pillars. And these things can be interpreted in the dimension of culture, the culture of the human communities all around the world. There are some scholars who say that the emergence of this idea that something is not good, something is wrong with the economic, social, and environmental processes, and there is a huge pressure on the environment and natural resources, and there is a huge level of pollution, and there are huge processes which are generated by humanity, like climate change and so on. These scholars say that the idea of sustainability is a cultural phenomenon. Humanity is a certain type of self-reflection on the problems raised by its own culture, because of course, there are natural processes and permanent changes in environment and in certain aspects in the economic and social dimension as well. But most of the problems, and for the 21st century, I think that most of the people all around the world share this idea, are produced by human communities and human culture. So when we are starting to speak about sustainability and sustainability challenges, this can be understandable or can be known as a reflection for the problems what we generated in the earlier centuries. And this is a widely understandable culture, of course, and within this culture, the role of the learning and the teaching processes is very crucial, because, and I will come back to this idea later, we have to learn new cultural patterns, new cultural dimensions in the future if we really want to do something with the questions of sustainability. And this is a certain type of adaptational process. The logic of this adaptational process is certainly is the same how it was looking like in the past, hundreds of years ago or thousands of years ago. So there were certain changes in the environment, and the human communities were reflecting for these changes. And right now in the 21st century, this is a great challenge if we manage to adapt to these changes or not. So this cultural change should focus on this adaptational capacity, adaptational process in the next years. And the reason why we should do this, because we should keep the existing resources accessible for the future generations as well. Just like I was mentioning to you in connection with the Brundtland definition. So this is basically the same message. Of course, this is not just about the responsibility of future generations. It is also the responsibility of our generations as well. It is important to say. When we are talking about this cultural change or cultural adaptation, I think that there are no universal solutions. if we have the universal solutions, I think the humanity have already made those steps to reach a better level of performance in connection with sustainability, but we do not have universal solutions in connection with the challenges of sustainability. Of course, within the framework of this cultural change, it is a very important thing to learn the roles and the relationships between the economic, social, and ecological systems. And this is a very important issue because humanity usually thinks that very wise and knows everything about the world processes, but sometimes we do not know clearly these relationships, these connections. So this is a very important point. But if we manage to do that, the result could be a much better adaptation in this complex and rapidly changing world. Of course, in connection with sustainability and in connection with this cultural change, I have to mention the important role of the negative feedbacks. In the human communities, it is very typical that until we only receive positive feedbacks and we can't feel the negative feedbacks, we usually do not care. We usually do not make serious steps to avoid bigger crises. But of course, the question is always rising that we are waiting for these negative feedbacks, or we start the adaptation earlier as a proactive way. So this is a very interesting question, and there are many scholars who have ideas in connection with the proactive steps. But there is a great problem with these proactive steps because we don't know what kind of things we should have to be proactive. So from this sense, probably the negative feedbacks are much easier. But if we receive the negative feedbacks, just like we have seen it in connection with the global climate change, I'm not sure that we have enough time for the reaction and for the adaptation from certain senses. Of course, there are the lack of unified theoretical basis and lack of connections between fields of science is also a certain type of limit, and that's why I'm very happy to have this chance to participate in this conference because as I have seen the schedule, there are many different fields and different scientists and scholars who are participating from all around the world, and they can share the ideas, not just about sustainability, of course, but tourism, culture, and other aspects as well. So this is a very good initiative, and we should do many similar initiatives to make this type of connections. Of course, if the analysis of different problems are mostly outside-in type analysis, this is also a certain limit, because from a certain point, we can think that there are some situations which seem to be sustainable, but if we are examining situations much more deeper, we can realize relatively easily that these situations are the sustainability questions appear totally differently for the stakeholders or for the local communities who are in the given situation. So this is also a type of limitation. And of course, we can continue this kind of challenges, but to summarize this part, I think the most important thing is, or the most important question, that can we do this cultural adaptation? Do we want to do this cultural adaptation? And can we change? Can we really change these cultural patterns in the next years, in the next decade? So this is a great challenge for the whole humanity in all around the world. And there are many questions, of course, in connection with this, because just back to the educational processes, just for a sentence. So for example, it is a great question to teach more from we have already taught, or we need totally different information and knowledge elements to share with the future generations and students. And these questions are appearing from time to time in the educational systems. But these cultural changes and cultural adaptation processes are not just challenges for the individuals, but also for the profit and non-profit organizations and governmental organizations as well. So this is a common game where everybody is involved in a certain aspect, and everybody should think these topics seriously. So that's why after these few words about the possible connections between culture and between sustainability, I would like to introduce you a model, this OVHR model, which was developed by my colleagues and me a few years ago. And originally, this model was concentrating on governmental organizations, public organizations in Hungary, and we created a model. We identified 4 pillars or 4 key areas which are important and necessary to reach a better performance of activities in connection with sustainability. And the 4 key areas can be seen on this slide. The operations, which is O, the values, which is V, the human resources, which is H, and the responsibility, which is R. Okay, so these 4 pillars, due to our research activities, these pillars or these fields are quite important for in connection with public institutions, and and if a public institution manages these 4 fields, operation, values, human resources, and responsibility in a proper way, this is a much better chance for an institution to reach a better level of sustainability. We started this work in 2016, and like I was mentioning to you, the first model was, or the first research was focusing on directly public institutions. And we repeated this research a few times. And right now in 2022, we had a research which was focusing on public utility organizations in Hungary, and we try to examine these 4 pillars, and we try to verify our model in this framework. This is a very important field nowadays, I guess, because I don't know what is the exact situation in your country, but in this area where we live, in the central part of Europe, the energy crisis is relatively intensive, and we are facing with very serious problems. I do not want to speak too much about the war between Russia and Ukraine, but I just would like to mention that this energy crisis is a very important issue right now. How to manage it, how to solve the main questions of this energy crisis, and from this aspect to examine public utility organizations and companies, what kind of efforts they make to reach a better performance in connection with sustainability. I think this is a very exciting and very interesting topic. So I would like to say a few words in connection with the model and in connection with our results. So when we are talking about this model, OVHR model, the first part, the operations, are focusing on the resources, how an institution manages the financial and human resources in a sustainable way, and what kind of sustainable practices they use to improve. And parallel with this, of course, for a public institution, it is also an important issue to improve quality services for the public. But what kind of practices, what kind of activities they are using, how they are managing the financial and the human resources in connection with reaching a better level of performance. The second part is concentrating on the values, because during this service activity, the public institutions could express sustainability values for the customers as well, and they can show to the public how they are operating, how they are managing the different fields, and this could be the part. And from the cultural aspect, this is the main part which could concentrate on this cultural transformation and cultural change, what I was mentioning to you earlier. Of course, to reach a better level of operation in connection with sustainability, or in connection with representing values related to sustainability, the importance of human resources is very crucial. And just like other institutions, public institutions have to focus on an appropriate management of the human resources, and they need people with appropriate competencies, knowledge, elements, flexibility, and so on. And the last key point is the responsibility. When we were making this model, we were thinking about the corporate social responsibility, mainly because parallel with that services and products, what the public sector and public institutions are creating, they can have responsibilities, a certain type of responsibility with other fields as well, and the engagement of the public institutions could concentrate on other fields where the sustainability could be in focus, of course. So this is the basic model, and of course this model could be a shame for other institutions and other organizations as well. And like I was mentioning to you, the strongest cultural dimension can be found at values and responsibility. And like I was mentioning to you, we made a research in 2022 among the public utility companies in Hungary. Right now, we do not have too much time to speak about this kind of companies, but this utility services can be considered a very important area, a very important part of the public services. And in most of the countries, these services partially or totally provided and coordinated by the state. And usually these services are network services, and usually they are producing a monopoly-like operation in many countries. And it is also important to point out that they are operating on market basis, despite of the fact that the state plays a very important role in the construction, operation, and regulation of processes. And so this is a very interesting field. Back to our research activity, we were examining 161 companies and a little bit more deeply 82 companies, and we were working with 148 questionnaires, but of course this is not very important. So this is not the most important part, because I do not think that anybody is interested in numbers, but I would like to speak a little bit about the results. So it seems, according to our research activities, that these companies, even these companies, are expressing sustainability values, mainly in operations, how they operate, how they communicate, and mostly in with the usage of educational programs, what they are offering for the public. And of course, from the research, it came out that the actors of this sector pay special attention on sustainability, which is an important thing, and which could be a very important tool to shape the attitudes and implement the cultural change, what I was mentioning to you earlier. And of course, the sector's organizations are aware of the role in the continuous provision of market and residential utility needs. And despite of the fact that in a typical situation, they are interested in consumer surplus consumption, the responsible management and resource energy use is also in focus with if we are comparing it with the profit motives and the surplus consumption. So this is also a very important issue. Of course, we were verifying our original model in this field, and the results, the statistical and mathematical results show that there is a relatively strong connection between V and R, and between O and H, and we call the VR as soft factors, and the O and the H are like strong factors. And it is also important that the strong factors and the weak or soft factors can't operate without each other, so they are sum each other from certain aspects, and this is also a very important outcome of this research activity. We also try to examine the opinions of the young generations, and we were presupposing that the young generations who are working in public utility companies have different visions in connection with the actions related to sustainability. But it came out from our research that this is not very significant, and there is no big difference between the ideas and opinions of the younger and older generations related to sustainability. And also we have examined the location, because we were presupposing that in a smaller settlements where a company is operating, probably the level of responsibility may be much stronger, and the connections with the local community is much more intensive. But the results show that this hypothesis is not operating correctly, because the location is not very significant according to our research. Of course, in the future, we can examine new sectors parallel with the public utility organizations and public organizations, and even market actors as well. So this is our plan in connection with this model, and our dream or plan to create an OVHR index, which can help for companies, for organizations to identify what are the main tasks and what kind of performance they are producing in this 4 level. Okay, and finally, I would like to highlight on a few emerging issues, because I would like to give a certain time for questions as well, and I'm sure that you will have a few questions in connection with my presentation. This change, what I was mentioning, this cultural change, is a very important issue and a very important task for the humanity, where the humankind has to rethink the role, the purpose, and aims of the cultural performance all around the world. And these adaptational processes and the cultural change could produce informed and active citizens in all around the world, who are able to solve the problems with much more creativity, who understand the working mechanism of nature, who know the connections, what I was also mentioning to you, who know connections between the different elements, and who can make responsible decisions in the individual and the public actions. This is a certain type of task for the humanity, which we have to fulfill. And of course, this is not just an important thing for the individuals, but also for the institutions as well. That's why I was putting to my presentation our results in connection with OVHR model. So this is a common game where everybody is involved, and all of us have to learn these new cultural patterns, which in an optimal situation is going to lead to a much more sustainable world. And finally, I would like to highlight on one important thing with this cultural adaptation and cultural change. Right now, we are facing with this economic, social, and environmental challenges more intensively all around the world. But the next generations will face much more intensively with these challenges in the future. So that's why this task is a very, very crucial and important task in the future, because these problems probably will be much bigger and much more intensive in the next years or in the next decades. And we have to have for the new generations, for the next generations, to have the proper information, to have the proper knowledge elements for this type of adaptation. And we all have to work on this task, not just in Hungary, not just in Indonesia, but in every part of the world. So I would like to thank you for your attention. And of course, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I try to answer. I'm sorry for the inconveniences at the beginning. And I think it was a little bit long presentation and it was exceeding the time frame. But I think this information could help to this culture and to reach better performance in connection with these cultural patterns. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm waiting for your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sajri, for the interesting presentations about culture and sustainability. Well, I think the next session will be the question and answer. For those who want to ask questions to Dr. Sajri, please raise your hand and give your name. Okay, I think the first turn is for Bapak Raden Arif Nugroho. Please, Pak Arif.
Okay, thank you, Pase. Dr. Zadori, thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. I'm Arif from Universitas Dianuswantoro or UDINUS. So in Indonesia, I think there is a concern pertaining to cultural values that are being left out by younger generation. The ones being left out are the ones that have no economic value. So for example, Indonesia is or was known as agricultural country. A decade ago, being a rice farmer or a paddy farmer was a job that no one would argue about. But now, almost no one doesn't want to be a paddy or rice farmer. So how should these cultural values be competitive or maybe go hand in hand with the fast-paced world we are experiencing right now? And second question is, how about the situation in Hungary? Is there any best practice that we can take in order to maintain or sustain traditional culture? Thank you very much for your answer, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. These questions are very interesting questions. So for the first, reflecting for the first question, if you are watching the present statistics, you can see that more than 2/3 of the human population is living in cities all over the world, almost 70 or so, around 70% of the population, which certainly means that there are many people who stopped the old cultural patterns and move to the metropolitan areas, to the bigger cities, and even of the fact that the old style of living would be much more sustainable or much more responsible towards environment. And of course, from time to time, there are some people who are going to the other direction, from the metropolitan areas to the countryside, and start again some kind of agricultural action or activity. It is not easy to press or convince the population that that style of living is much better because it's much sustainable. But if you remember to my presentation, I was mentioning the role of the negative feedbacks. So if we receive the negative feedbacks, or if there is going to be some kind of trouble with the economic processes, not just in a given country, but maybe in worldwide, it would be a certain type of issue to go back to the countryside and to do some kind of agriculture, because that is like a much more self-sufficient steps in the future. Of course, this is not the proactive way, what I was mentioning to you. This is the result of the negative feedbacks. But right now, of course, there could be some centralized governmental programs which help to convince people to choose this kind of lifestyle. But most of the situations to live in a central area, in a metropolitan area, where certainly there are much more intensive chances, possibilities, goods and services, parties and everything. So this is much more impressive for a certain part of the population. So this is not an easy thing, but humanity should do something with this. Of course, there could be some other possibilities, because I was also mentioning that it's not easy to speak about the sustainability of a metropolitan area. But if people are living in a metropolitan area in the future, maybe they can manage somehow the background, the agricultural part as well, to create a little bit smaller ecological footprint. So there could be certain type of activities in the future, and probably these are going to help. In Hungary, back to your second question, in Hungary, there are some efforts from the side of the government to attract more and more people to go back and try some kind of old-style agricultural activities in the countryside. But these things are usually depending on the actual priorities and preferences. So right now, like I was also mentioning, the main preference is to do something with this energy crisis and secure the heating for the population of the country without huge trouble and other things. So right now, nobody is speaking about these things so intensively, because we have different priorities. But in a normal situation, when a government has enough financial resources and human resources to have this process, there could be certain programs. And in the previous years, there are some initiatives and some financial support from the government to start, for example, businesses in the countryside or start new agricultural activities. And not just a given government, but even the European Union could also finance a certain type of projects and programs. And in an optimal situation, these initiatives could run in a longer term and not just in a short term. Yeah, so I hope that this answers your...
Very interesting, very interesting. I hope we can continue to discuss about this one day.
Yeah,
thank you,
exactly.
Dr. Sadori.
Yeah, thank you very much for the possibility, and maybe the other participants have some questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sadori. Actually, it's a very nice topic to discuss, but unfortunately, time is very limited, and we have to end the sessions. Yeah, for everyone, for those who want to ask questions, maybe can contact Dr. Sadori. Yeah, through maybe through email or something. Okay. Well, I think it is the end of the sessions, and thank you very much for your presentation once again, Dr. Sadori, and have a nice day. See you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Master of Ceremony. Please, Ibu Agnes.
Okay. Okay, bye-bye, and thank you very much for the invitation. This was really a good discussion.
Maybe can you wait for a while, Dr. Zadori?
Wait for a while.
Yeah, for a while, yes. I
We will
will
give
try.
you a token of appreciation in the form of a certificate.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you, and I hope that we will meet personally one day as well in Hungary or in Indonesia. So you are, yeah, that would be very good if you can visit our university
Sure, yes.
and your colleagues. So we will discuss this
Sure.
a bit later. Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation again, and I may join a little bit later to the conference. Okay.
Well, thank you, Dr. Habil Ivan Zadori, for the inspiring presentations, and Dr. Anda Sri Mulatsih MPD as our moderator. Then we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Dian Nuswantoro, to kindly award the certificates to Dr. Habil Ivan Zadori, to Dr. Raden Arif Nugroho, please.
Okay, the Honorable Dr. Habil Ivan Zadori, PhD from University of Pécs, Hungary, on behalf of Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Dian Nuswantoro, Semarang, Indonesia, I would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Zadori for the insightful knowledge presented in this conference. And therefore, as a token of appreciation, I would like to give this certificate for your contribution in our conference. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Zadori. Thank you for
very much. Thank you very much. This is a very nice certificate, and I'm very proud for this certificate, and I'm very proud that I had the chance to participate in your conference. So thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. Köszönöm.
Köszönöm szépen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's come to the second session, parallel sessions. We would like to invite you to breakout room provided and return to main room after these parallel sessions and about 4:15. I'm Agnes Erliva as the Master of Ceremony today. On behalf of the committee, we thank to all the sponsors for the previous support. We thank to Bank Jateng, Capem Udinus, IHGM, BPD Jateng, Dinustek, TVku, and Sevelti Udinus.